into executive session, so we're going to meet out in the hallway.
Thank you so much. We're just reorganizing really quickly.
Contract stuff.
So we'd like to welcome everybody to the June 11th, 2024 school committee meeting. And we are going to start by asking for a roll call vote to enter into executive session for the purpose of discussing wage contract negotiations with union personnel, the Foxborough Custodial Workers Association and the Foxborough Maintenance Workers Association. So we're going to look for a roll call vote on that. All in favor? We'll start down this end.
Aye.
Brent Reuter, aye.
Brent Reuter, aye, yes.
Michelle Thaxton, aye.
Sarah Ladani, aye.
Nathan Ehrman, aye.
Aye.
And that was Rob Canfield, aye. So 5-0-0, we will enter into executive session. Welcome back, everyone. We're just waiting for Mr. Reuter to come back. As soon as he gets back, we will be voting on the proposed FY25 through FY27 Foxborough Custodial Workers Association Collective Bargaining Agreement. That's not him. Sorry for the delay. All right, he's back. We just wrapped up our executive session, so we are back.
So motion to approve the fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 27 Foxborough Custodial Workers Association Collective Bargaining Agreement as reviewed.
Second that.
Great. Any discussion on this? Seeing none. All in favor? And the motion passes 5-0-0. Next, we have the proposed FY25 through FY27 Foxborough Maintenance Workers Collective Bargaining Agreement.
Motion to approve the proposed fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 27 Foxborough Maintenance Workers Association Collective Bargaining Agreement as reviewed.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
That's good.
All in favor? All right,
All
that
right, so
one
typically,
passes.
we would also explain what the major details within the contract agreed are. So in both cases, the contract represents a 2% increase for FY25, 2.5% for FY26 and FY27. Both contracts received a one-step increase of 2% on their top step, adding a step, actually, step 9. There were a few wording issues around who represents. So if it's a principal slash facilities manager. If it's a superintendent, it's a superintendent slash business manager or other, depending on who actually oversees the two groups. There were a couple clarification wording things around dealing with how professional days were done. Those were just clarifications really within the agreement, not anything that substantively changed. Obviously, Juneteenth has been added to the calendar as it's a state holiday. And in both cases, if Christmas falls on a Wednesday, they get a full day the day before Wednesday. That was always the case if it fell on a Tuesday. And it was always the case if it fell on a Thursday. So, on a Friday, Thursday, they got the Friday. This case, they get the Tuesday if it falls on a Wednesday in the middle of the week, to give them 2 days. They had a half day prior to that. Both contracts got minor increases in their sick leave buyback rate. And that's basically all when we move both contracts from having Roman numerals to regular 1, 2, 3, just to make it simpler when people are looking at the contracts, something we have started already.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the update on that. Thank you for all the hard work that I know you and Dr. Burtis put into that. Next in the meeting, also, I don't remember if I said that we are broadcasting live and recorded by Foxboro Cable Access, but just for everyone's information, I did want to reiterate that. But we do have open public comment. Rob, do you mind?
I don't think anybody's
Is anyone signed up for open public comment? I don't think we have anyone. Oh. We do have one person. Come on up. Just state your name and your address, please. Into the microphone. Thank you.
Foxborough resident. I was the assistant wrestling coach for 10 years. I'm just asking, thank you for listening to me. Thank you for having me here or letting me come here. I'm asking to be put on the agenda, the school committee agenda, 2 weeks from now. If at any time, that's okay, you can stop me at any time if you decide that I can be on the agenda. I know you have a long day. I'd like to address 3 issues: how I was fired, how I was hired, and how I'd like to help the process moving forward so what's happening to me doesn't happen to somebody else. I would actually like to work with the people who have fired me, so it doesn't happen to a younger coach who might not be able to fight it like I may be able to. I was fired because one email that one parent sent to the administration, it's an email that I have not seen. I'm told that it is not factual. Like, I'm told it's not factual because we have common friends who have seen the email. It's a must that people who are making the decision see that email and that I see it so I can defend myself. The administration would say that I'm being fired because of an email that I wrote. And if that is why I'm being fired, I will 100% admit that I did write a private, personal email that I shared with exactly 7 people. It was real estate related, it was business related. I shared it with a friend down the Cape who's a realtor, a friend in Braintree who's a realtor, and 5 local residents. One was my brother, he's my real estate partner. I shared it with the 2 people I coach wrestling with and 2 other people. I shared it with the wrestling coaches because there was a person on our team, a past wrestler, who we were concerned with. And that whole part of it gets just pushed aside. Nobody really thinks about that part anymore. And there's a lot of emails to show that. So I'm being fired because I unintentionally violated a rule. I mentioned a past student's first name in a private, personal email that was sent to 7 people. So I do have a problem with that. I have a problem with it for several reasons. I'd rather get into that if I could possibly be on the agenda. So that was how and why I was fired. I think everyone would agree with that. How I was hired at Foxborough, I've been coaching here for 10 years. And I came back to Foxborough after taking a little bit of a break. And I was never sat down and talked to by an AD or anybody. In Jim's defense, the AD, he's not the AD who was here 10 years ago. So it would make sense that he may not talk to me. Maybe somebody else would. But I've never talked to anybody about rules, regulations. I am sure I sign something every year, like every coach, that says you'll abide by every rule in this book that you don't get. And you don't, it's not, our winter sports meeting was very unorganized, and I like Jim the AD, I liked Joe the AD, but there was not one thing was handed out at the winter athletic meeting, and that's the only sport I coach. We sat there, we waited around, kind of joked, it's all the coaches know each other. They did welcome a couple new coaches, and then we almost walked out the door without anyone talking about CPR, without anyone talking about CPR course. And we were literally standing up, walking out, and somebody said, oh, how about CPR? Oh yeah, I'll send you an email on that. We got to do this CPR stuff. And so I'm not here to argue about how I was hired by Foxborough, but I would just like to give a quick example of how I was hired when I was 23 years old at Sharon. I came out right out of college. I started coaching, and I knew I would want to coach because of how I was coached by Bobby Morshed, who I thought was a phenomenal coach in Foxborough years ago. Same type of style I think I would have wanted to coach like. Anyway, I was the assistant coach for Brian Gallagher when I was 22 or 23 years old. He was offered the opportunity to coach at Foxborough. He came over to Foxborough. He coached for several years, many state championships, all that, banners, everything. So I figured I would get the job at Sharon because I was the assistant coach. I'm like 23, 24 years old. I went in to talk to Dudley Davenport. There were 2 other coaches who wanted the job. They had more experience than I did. And I figured I was the assistant coach. I'll just get the job. He sat me down. And Dudley Davenport, they named the league after him, the Davenport division. He was a very intimidating guy at the time. And he sat me down and he said, I thought I was just going to get the job. And he said, well, how would you handle this situation, and this situation? And I'll tell you one of the situations that he asked me about. He said, you're a young coach. You're the youngest coach that I may hire ever. And he said, if you come to a basketball game and there's a wrestler on your team who's here and you think they've been drinking, how would you handle that? And then he asked me 2 other questions, and I think I hope I got the other 2 questions better. I answered those a little better. So I left for a week, and I said, no, I'm not getting this job. There's no way. So I came back in, and a week later he called me in, and he said, hey, I'm gonna give you the job. He goes, you're the youngest coach I've ever hired, but please don't let me regret it. And he said, I'm hiring you because you were truthful about your answer. And he goes, your answer wasn't great. But he said, you told me the truth, and if you continue to tell me the truth, I'll have your back. Pretty much. He didn't, so throughout the 10 years coaching at Sharon, and we definitely had some issues. And if something happened, he would call me into his office and he'd say, Coach, what happened? And I'd say, this is what happened. He'd say, it'd be like, okay, write down everything you said, write down everything that happened, and give it to me. And he'd kind of say, like, but you're okay. You're okay here. But don't, this is how you should handle that next time. 10 years, we probably had 2 or 3 conversations like that. So I became the assistant coach the last few years at Sharon. Dudley Davenport had retired. I think it was the other AD that came in. I can't remember his name offhand. But
Can I interject just for
Yeah.
a second? Because we're getting to time, because
Okay.
we do have to stick to time.
Okay. Did I say
so
enough
we're-
to get on the agenda? Can I say one? Can I just say?
It's open public comment, so we
Okay.
take your comments,
Okay.
and we will digest them. I can promise you that, 100%.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
We appreciate that.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Of course. Thank you.
You take off. Is that all right?
Whatever you want to do is totally fine. Thank you.
It's going to be so fun.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the approval of minutes. We have 2 sets of minutes here. There was no, were there any other names on open public
There were
comment?
no names on this.
I'm sorry, there was no names on the open public comment, and we've reached time. I mean, would you like,
No, that's fine. I was just curious. I would like to say a few things, but I'll just come to the next meeting.
if you can, that would be great. When you do come, when and if you do come to the meeting, you just sign up, and if you're there, that way we can adhere to the times on the agenda, so we can plan for it. I'm sorry. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so we have 2 sets of minutes here. Any discussion or questions or comments on the minutes?
I was going to make a motion regarding the special meeting, May 8th, 2024, with the purpose of appointing a business manager administrator. And I move that we accept the minutes as presented.
I second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? And those would be approved by 500. We have one more set.
Yes.
Any questions or comments on these?
If there are none, I have none. I move that we accept the May 14th, 2024 regular meeting minutes as presented.
I second.
Jinx, I don't know who was first. So Nate, did you second?
Yeah.
Okay, so Nate gave a second. Any further discussion on that one? No, hearing none. All in favor? And that would be 500 as well. Thank you so much. Those 2 sets of meetings will be in the record. Next, we do have a wonderful gallery full of happy faces. We have retiree recognition tonight. So thank you for everyone for being here. Thank you for all your service. And Dr. Burtis, I don't know if you want to say anything. I know that you have the list. We all have the list of names.
I would love
but-
to.
Yeah.
It's a bittersweet time when our retirees, we're excited for their next chapter and their journey, but we're sad to see them go because everything that they have done for the Foxborough Public Schools, and we have some that are able to be here with us this evening. So what I'll do first is I'll just read through those and all of the years of service that they have really given to our students in Foxborough. So Ralph DeBona, he has been our computer-aided design and workshop wood teacher for 27 years. Seems like that's gone by that quickly. Ruth Sharp in our food service at the Ahern for 18 years. Maureen Heiberger, our teacher at Foxborough High School, science teacher for 11 years. Jeannie Dustin, educational assistant at IGO for 23 years. Donna Goodwin, educational assistant at the Ahern for 25 years. Corinne Daniels, an educational assistant at the Borough for 20 years. And then Bill Yukna for 12 and a half years. So if you total that up, we have 136 and a half years of dedicated service to our students, from our earliest youngers to our oldest learners, I should say, youngest learners to oldest learners in Foxborough Public Schools. And just an amazing gift that they've provided to our students over so many years of service. So for that, we are thankful. We do have gifts for those that are here. I think Ruth and Ralph and Jeannie, if they wanted to come up, and if we could just extend a warm welcome, unless there's other comments too.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you so much. Why don't you come on up?
That's awesome. Yeah. What the administrator for giving us all these years. It's been awesome.
Well, you got to ask for the right stuff.
You did.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much.
Both of you. We say that we enjoy having our substitute teachers of those that have been with us.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
That's how they get you. Thank you.
Do you want a big group hug or something?
We got you. Just a great reminder, just off microphone, Dr. Burdos did remind retirees that they're always welcome back as subs. So
That's right.
don't forget, you're gone but not forgotten.
We really are so fortunate to have so many people with so many dedicated years of service.
Yes, so much. Our babies are very lucky. Now, next up is everyone's favorite, teaching and learning highlights. We'd like the literacy specialists, Ms. Karen McKinnon, and the curriculum directors come on up.
Here,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, feel free.
Wendy.
Pull a chair. That's fine.
Important, thank you. Where'd she go? Thank you.
Still need one more? You sure?
Nope, I'm there, it's their show, I'm just gonna say one quick word. And then I'm gonna sit back. Go ahead.
You're gonna go over there and pass it down.
Oh, me? All right.
However, it's gonna go.
So,
I will get you a chair.
No, I don't need to. This is their show. I'm just here to introduce them and just say I'm excited that the literacy specialists from the elementary schools are here just to talk a little bit about some of the highlights and the things that they have done through the course of this year. So that's it for me.
She sat down very quick there.
I see that. Okay, hopefully this works.
Introduce yourselves.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure, nope, yep.
Just point it towards the glass at the back of the.
Like over your shoulder.
Yeah, give it to me. Oh, wait, he's fixing something.
Board's there, but you got to point it towards.
Well, what if you want to
There we
introduce
go,
yourselves
look at
real
that.
quick?
All right, I just wanted to make sure it worked.
Sure.
So I'm Wendy Smith. I am one of the 3 literacy specialists at the IGO school. So thank you for having us today. So I'm going to just quickly talk about this year. We actually at the IGO, we were blessed to have some extra funds. That doesn't doesn't always happen, through the Title I grant. So we were able to give grades 1 through 4 the opportunity to come during February vacation for 3 hours a day, if they, well, not the Monday holiday, but the Tuesday through Friday, for some small groups of classes for literacy and doing some fun activities and literally just concentrating on literacy fun and enrichment and advancement in literacy during February vacation. So I was lucky enough to be the director, and we had 4 teachers and some assistants. We had like 5 to 10 students in each class. And I'm gonna try to click this thing. Okay, hold on. I feel like I'm like, oh, thank you, perfect. All right, so our theme was so many ways to read. You can just keep going. I'm gonna talk, yeah, there you go. So we had lots of different things to do. They did some sight words, snowball. They were able to do some drill sound warm-ups. They were able to do some activities and basically run all around the school and do scavenger hunts for words and things like that, because there was nobody else in the building but us, which was a nice blessing. And then at the end, they were able to each pick 2 new books to take home and continue their growth as readers. The kids and the staff, all the teachers and everybody that worked that week, had such a blast, and they didn't want to actually have it end, which was a great thing. So then we had the opportunity again to do it in April for math, so we were able to do the flip side and do mathematics for 3 hours, and we were able to concentrate and do our theme of in my math error, and we were able to actually get outside because we did it during April vacation, so we had some math going on the sidewalk and twister math and all kinds of different things. This is just like a limited amount of things that they were able to do. And again, the teachers loved it, and the assistants that we were lucky to have, and the kids had a ball, as you can see from their faces. Every time we walked around, they had a ball playing with math. So that was a great opportunity that they were able to do. All right.
Hi, I'm Diane Noonan. I'm a literacy specialist at the Taylor School. I'm going to talk about our Empowering Writers, our K-8 writing program. Right in the right-hand corner, you'll see that there are so many resources available to teachers. That's one of the digital resources. Teachers would click on that little icon of Foxborough Public Schools for the grade level that they teach. And there are model lessons in those. There are plans. There are virtual field trips to build background knowledge for readers and writers to get going on writing. You'll see that there is a lot of planning and brainstorming, and at the bottom there are 3, you'll see graphic organizers, and it depends on the genre that students are writing about. There's the narrative writing diamond for narrative writing, and then we have the informational pillar and the opinion pillar for expository writer. So depending on the genre, that's what they'll use for writing.
Okay, Geodes, we sat nicely, didn't
Yeah,
we?
I guess we did.
I'm Melissa Zaccello. I'm one of the literacy specialists at the Borough School. Geodes is aligned to our Foundation's phonics program, and they are books that are given to students in K-2, and it gives them opportunities to practice their foundational skills within the context of reading. They help reinforce the phonics knowledge, build vocabulary, content knowledge, and each book in the program is in the series is 80% decodable, and it gives them confidence, able to read independently and apply the phonics skills that they've learned through Foundations. There are some great content in there. There's fiction, there's nonfiction. It's authentic and diverse stories. And we've also been able to, based off of Diane, with the Empowering Writers, we can align it to our frameworks for both fiction and nonfiction, for the informational and narrative. So we're trying to interweave everything together.
Wonderful, and good evening. I'm Stephanie Moore. I'm one of the specialists at the IGO as well. I'm excited to share some highlights with you about our website that we've built over the past, I'd say, 4 or 5 years. It's an elementary literacy website, the BIT Elementary Literacy. And if you look to your left, the first frame there is a grade level landing page where all of our curriculum resources are located. It's kind of like a one-stop shop for the teachers, so it's really simple to use. At the bottom, we have our full curricular map link there as well. We also have a section for foundations. For all of our resources are online, so they're just one click and print, very simple for teachers to use. In addition to that, we also have a different section at the bottom of the grade level landing page, which includes a lot of resources for our literacy workshop. We use a workshop model. After our mini lessons, students kind of go off and work on applying skills that they've learned in various areas of literacy. And as you can see, we've kind of differentiated the different areas for teachers to really pinpoint their instruction and their differentiation. And then at the bottom there, you'll notice we have some resources for our FastBridge program that we use for assessing. We use the FastBridge at the beginning, the middle, and the end of the year to kind of gauge where students are. And we also have a lot of resources to intervene small group and also whole group as well. And then my last little section there, if you click one more, just shows the top bar on our website. And they're not only resources for teachers, but there's also resources for families and students as well. And so I didn't include that in the slide, but there are a lot of resources for families just as far as picking out good fit books, activities to do with your child at home, ideas for building comprehension and things like that. So there's a lot of resources there.
Hi, I'm Dana Collins. I have been a reading teacher at the Taylor for the last 19 years. And I'm going to talk tonight about the science of reading.
Excuse me, just pull that microphone over so that we can, yeah.
Usually I'm loud enough.
That's great.
The science of reading is sometimes you'll hear it referenced as SOR. So the science of reading refers to two related concepts: the study of how the brain learns to read and the methods for teaching the reading that high-quality scientific studies have shown to be effective. And there you can see we now have the technology to see what parts of the brain are lit up when we are reading or writing. And it's really fascinating research that's, teaching us how to better teach students. So it refers to the big five. Reading instruction is based on the 5 pillars. So phonemic awareness is the sounds that we hear. Phonics is when we connect those sounds to the letters. Fluency is when you read like you're speaking, not too quickly, not too slowly, not broken up. Vocab would be understanding the words and being able to use those words on your own and understand their meaning. And comprehension would be understanding everything that you just read and being able to answer questions about what you've read. Here is something we call a sound box. And you can see what we have in the beginning and the end of this word is what we would call expected sounds. Because said, you hear the beginning sound and you hear the end sound, and those are what you expect to see. However, in the middle, AI is not making the sound that you would expect it to make in this word. So there's a heart over it because we call that the heart part, or the part you need to learn by heart. So once students have practiced this enough and manipulated these sounds and pushed up these sounds and written this word enough, when they come to it in their reading, it will be there for them to access. And that's the science of reading.
Amazing. Oh, we're at the end of our presentation.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the committee or any comments? Oh, she's trying to run away quick. We really appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you.
We may have some questions. Mr. Reuter?
This is more a reminder than anything. The FastBridge, we've learned about that in the past. Is that data shared out with students and families? Is it used primarily in the classroom for, kind of tracking and benchmarking
Mostly in the
students?
classroom.
Sure.
To gauge what exactly, it gives us actually a plan based on the results of what that student would need.
Yeah.
So we can go to that plan and teach directly what they are weak in.
And there is a family report, too, that is shared out at conference time.
Right.
So that the families can have some information about their students' progress, too.
Lovely. And then on that amazing landing page and website, is that accessible for families as well, or is that Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
And we
family
can get there off the BIT literacy page?
And it's linked to the math and the science page.
Yeah,
And
the only
social
page that's password protected is for teachers.
Yeah,
And
and-
that's not available to the public, but the student, the family page is all available to anybody.
Okay, that is so
Yeah,
cool.
the teacher one is just protected so that, you know,
Right.
we
Yeah,
don't
it's a
have
curriculum.
curriculums everywhere else.
Exactly. No, but thank you, I appreciate it.
And just for clarification, families can find the link to that website underneath the Student and Families drop-down menu for their elementary school. So it's in the exact same spot for every single one of those elementary school websites. They can find both the bit literacy and the bit math.
Thank you, Dr.
And they're all interconnected, that's what she was trying to say. So like on the literacy, we have the connection to the math, to the science, to the social studies, and the same vice versa, so you can just link back and forth.
That's wonderful.
And we have all the libraries linked.
And the libraries too, in town.
When did you start that?
A couple of years
A
ago.
couple years ago, and then
Yeah.
it kind of changed, transformed again, and the last couple of years have really been pushed for it, right?
I think once we got empowering writers too, there was a lot more digital resources, and then
Sure.
with foundation, so then we really started to grab onto that and make sure we had it all in one place for teachers. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate the work.
Any other?
Of course. So what I love about this portion of our agenda, when we have this kind of presentation on the agenda, is to watch y'all tell your stories, because it is so clear to me that we are so fortunate in Foxborough to have educators and a school community that really does love what they do, despite all of the challenges of what you do. When you're telling the stories about what you do, most of the people in the behind you can't see it, but all of your faces light up, and I really appreciate that about this part of our section of the meeting. So thank you for sharing that with us. And I would have to say, if I was a first grader or second grader, being in the school with nobody else there and doing a scavenger hunt would probably be the coolest thing ever. That would be just a ticket to get more kids to do it the next time, because you're in the school by yourself. Right?
You
It's
reminded
like
me
it's a
of
movie
night
or
at the
something, right?
museum.
So thank you
Yeah.
guys very much. Really
We had
appreciate
one
it.
that wasn't supposed to come one day, and the parent, emailed that morning and was like, he's gonna come now because he doesn't want to miss it.
Right.
And I was like, it's vacation, you didn't want to miss school.
That's
It was super
awesome.
fabulous, yeah.
Thank you guys
I
so
was
much.
there, and
Yeah.
I actually hid the words for them. They had to actually write them down. It wasn't just like fine words. It wasn't like a fun. It was fun, but it wasn't just like
Right.
There was a
work
purpose.
for it.
I want you to think there was no purpose.
Yeah,
but they
no.
had a clipboard, and once they found the words, they weren't to tell anybody else. They found them, and they had to write them. They were words we had been working on all week.
That's so
I just
cute.
want to clarify that it wasn't.
No.
That could be fun too, you know? It's all,
It was guided.
of course. So thank you guys very much. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, so
Former
big,
students.
thank you to all of them. Yeah, former students.
Familiar.
Me. And when you do what you love, you never work a day in your lives. So there you go. Thank you. You guys clearly love what you do, and we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now you can run away. All right. Now it comes to mine, and I'm not going to make the assumption, Michelle, but my personal, I don't want to say favorite time, but we're going to talk about the PTO, which is the channels that I came up through. The PTO, the PAC, and the parents that work behind the scenes, most of the time, thanklessly, to get it all done and be the glue that keeps it all together. So please, if you guys can come on up, we would love to, recognize you and hear a little bit about your years.
And we can get more chairs. If we
Yes, yes, we have plenty of chairs. But if you can start by letting us know that the school that your name and the school that you guys are coming from, that'd be fantastic. And just a little bit about what your work looks like.
So my name is Lori Drayton. I'm from the IGO PTO. Do you want to introduce, or do you want to?
Sure, whatever you want.
Do you want us to go through our slide? We
You
just
can,
have two.
you can
Okay.
go through your highlights. You can do whatever you want. This is your stage.
Thank you. We're so happy to be here. We have two other board members with us if they want to introduce themselves.
Sure, just do it into the microphone.
Sure. My name is Sarah McVeigh. I'm from the IGO PTO.
Meg Nelson, I'm the secretary for the IGO PTO.
So we are so happy to be here today to share some of our highlights from this year. We work really hard to support the school that we love, and we absolutely love every minute of it. So we made two slides just to kind of go over some of our highlights. So we start the year when the teachers come and set up their classroom. We do a back to school lunch. So 2 years ago, we did a catered food truck. This year, we did a great lunch in the cafeteria so they could all sit together and mingle and then go back. We created a fall ball, which has a DJ and arts and crafts, and we love our fall ball. It's always one of our highly attended events of the year. And then we do our helping hands, and this was a special request from the teachers. So they needed an extra set of helping hands. So they asked if we could create a monthly event. We usually do it on the second Monday of every month for an hour or two, where parents come together, grab a coffee, get that sense of community to support IGO, and we laminate, we cut, we sort, we take on whatever teacher projects that there are just to try and help our teachers. We create the friendship directory to create that sense of community for play dates, for birthday parties. The community calendar, we're the only elementary school that creates the community calendar. This year was our first year of doing it online as well as a print version, because we feel the print version is starting to go away, even though it's really helpful for some of our revenue. So then we did Coins for Kids. This is a big thing for us. The last couple of years, we've been building towards buying a book vending machine. And we finally, after a couple of years of doing Coins for Kids, we were able to purchase that. And that's really exciting because it goes in the fall, and every child on their birthday is going to have a coin to go in and put that coin in and get a book to go home with.
Oh, amazing.
Nice.
So our musical this year was 101 Dalmatians, which was wonderful. The kids get so excited, and we don't have any, we really fundraise for this so that no kid has a required contribution to be able to be a part of this musical. And that's something that we're very proud of. Our book fair is fall and the spring is something that is really fun. We just had our spring one last week. VIP enrichment, so in the fall and the spring we offered 4 different activities after school for a month, so the kids could come together. We had football, karate, writing club, math club, kind of all those things, so the kids could come together for a month. Holiday shop we do so that every child can come in, pick maybe 5 or 10 presents. We have parent volunteers that wrap everything, and then the kids get to go home for their holidays with special presents for their families. We worked with a nurse to do a clothing drive just recently, and we were the vet host school for this year. We in the middle, right after February break, we create baskets that we hand out to each of the teachers with handwritten notes saying thank you for keeping our kids safe, where we have Lysol, wipes, tissues, chocolates, wipies, like everything that could kind of be in there. We were our very first parent trivia night this year. We had the art show. We had our field days this week for both the 4th grade and the IGO school. We had our second year of having our Founders Day float. So IGO was represented, and it was so cute carrying on our 101 Dalmatians. Yeah. We supported a lot of field trips, sometimes 2, sometimes 1 per class. We're looking to increase that, get back to where we were post-COVID, and having 2 field trips for each class next year. We had our family picnic, which was a perfect night last week. Beautiful sun. It was the highest attended event that we had, and a great way to kind of end off our school year. We have our iCares reading program, and then I think kind of the biggest thing that we want to say is our electronic signs. So we had to get a deviation because it's in a district that doesn't allow electronic signs, but now we have a beautiful IGO sign where we can publicize our events, do silly jokes, just again, create that community for our school. And just always trying to take care of our teachers through teacher appreciation and otherwise.
Oh my God, it's amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate your attention to detail, but when you actually list it all out, bullet by bullet, You guys do a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and I'm sure the students appreciate everything you do. And we have,
Why don't we do the elementary schools first? I'm
Sure.
The PAC from.
Oh, you're the
so,
PAC.
Yeah, so
All right.
I'll wait. my
Sure,
turn.
okay. Hi, Chelsea.
Hi, do you want to go first?
Sure. Julie Lassoff, the co-VP of the borough.
The borough.
Borough.
The borough.
Kate Alpert, I'm treasurer of the borough.
Payal Patel, COPE VP.
My name is Chelsea McHugh. I am the president, one of the co-presidents at the Borough School. So very exciting. It's so much going on at all the schools, which I love. And as Lori mentioned, community is so important to us at the Borough too. This year, we've tried to do more free events for families. It's really hard to fundraise kind of as things have increased, but we're trying to balance that with making sure that we have a lot of free activities as well. The other really exciting thing that we wanted to point out is this is our first full year having a mascot. So we talked about the mascot last year, but the mascot now has a name, and Mr. Worth is here. He actually was able to bring in, we did not know this when, because the kids picked the mascot, they all voted on it, but Maybelle Burrell actually had a bulldog. And so the bulldog's name is actually what her bulldog's name was. And her granddaughter came in and spoke to all of the kids a while back. So that was really cool.
What's her name?
Muggsy? Muggsy. My accent is doesn't always help. But yeah, so that's been a really fun thing for the kids. You know, we're able to have, you know, spirit wear, and they're really able to support the borough. So those were kind of the highlights for us.
That's amazing. Thank you for everything you guys do. And do we have anyone from Taylor here tonight? Taylor School? It's okay. I've heard through the grapevine. They have a very active, very engaging PTO there as well. So thank you to them. And then the Ahern PAC.
The Ahern PAC. Okay, so I do have another board member as well.
Come on
Karen.
up.
Karen, come on.
Karen. Oh, she's being shy. Nice job. She's the treasurer.
Yes, she's the treasurer and like forever treasurer.
Yes.
And all around go-to person for how to get things done. So my name is Talika Hainsworth. I was the PAC president for this year. And actually the first time getting involved at that level. And right from the summer kickoff, looking at the list of things that we had to get ourselves organized for and do, it's quite a list, especially where you have as many students as we do. But I would say that our focus is really around the enrichment, so making sure that we can cover field trips for our students 5 through 8, and any other enrichment activities that come up. We also try to build community by having social activities. It's not quite the same level as the elementary schools. People kind of step back a little. But we tried to have, we've actually been increasing our social activities. So we had dances for all the grades in the cafeteria. It's surprisingly fun how the cafeteria can be transformed into these events. So we had some of those activities. Of course, the Ahern Carnival, which is one of our big fundraisers, and Warrior Walk. Had a lot of, and we continue to expand the activities that happen with the carnival, not just having students come in and have a raffle baskets and things like that, but we've been doing basketball activities, just ways to engage all the students. Also, the student council comes in and does activities with the kids as well. So it's really try to get lots of people involved. We have been challenged by the rising costs. I think everyone will speak to that. I mean, you all know, between transportation and the activities themselves. So that's something that we are trying to work, we worked very closely with Principal Frazier and trying to work out plans that we can fully support. And where there were activities where students had to contribute to the cost of the event, we tried to ensure that no student would not participate because of financial reasons. We made sure and advertised well that the PAC will cover costs if anyone needs that. So that's basically our update. One other thing. Teacher appreciation this year was, we kind of took it up a notch. We had some great committee members, and we had little activities each day of the week. So, little things throughout the week. So.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. I don't know if you know this, but Michelle and I were teamed up at the Erin Pack once upon a time.
Yes,
So we know the challenge as well, but we also know there's a big reward too, especially when you pull off some of those big events. So we really appreciate you guys being here tonight, and what you do is so important. You guys are definitely, I don't know, you're definitely linchpins within the community. You're the eyes and ears. You're, boots on the ground, and they always help and make it happen. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry. We have CPAC here too. And last, but not least,
Yes, you are on CPAC. So you want to
Aaron, Carrie, and Joe Garrity.
Okay, where are you going to sit?
Right here.
Okay.
Sorry, Aaron Bose,
Yes. Hi.
Gary Weston, and Joe Garrity.
Okay.
And Michelle Thaxton.
And Michelle Thaxton.
Yes.
Thank you. This is exciting because we're still trying to get the word out about what CPAC even is. A lot of people don't even know what CPAC is. So in case you don't know, it's the Special Education Parent Advisory Council, and it's actually state mandated that every single school district has to support a CPAC in their town. So we're excited that this year we were able to do a little bit more expansion of getting some board members and really reaching out to having parent representatives at each of the schools. That's really going to be important going forward too for the work. So our CPAC is made up of 4 core board members: myself, Erin Bose, Tiffany Elliott, Michelle Thaxton, and Carrie Weston this year. We had 5 additional extended board members: Karen Berg, Carolyn Cahill, Holly Mandillo, Brian Rose, and Karen Taylor, which covered representation from all of the different schools. We also have I can't say youth voice anymore.
An alumni student
There you
representative. Like they were talking about having like an upper middle school student and possibly high school students, but I don't know if that fell through the cracks this year, but at least they were able to get a former alumni student that's been through all the special ed stuff.
Very
Yes.
valuable.
Yes.
Very valuable perspective.
I think it's absolutely a goal moving forward that we get more youth voice on the board. So we began the new structure to try to expand the parent participation. That's really a challenge and a struggle because, of course, there's so many other events and activities and PTO meetings and all the stuff. So how CPAC works generally is that we work as an advisory board to the special education director. We meet monthly with Corey and sometimes with the other members of his team. But our role is also to be there as support and education for parents who have kids in any level of special education, even if they are just at the point of trying to decide if they need to have an evaluation done. So that being said, this year, some of the highlights. In October, we presented at the DESE, which is Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, thank you, Better Together Summit. And we held our second annual resource fair in partnership with the Mansfield CPAC. We got, I believe it was over 50 different vendors come out to that event, which was just phenomenal to be able to bring so many different good resources to that for families. We also have supported different workshops throughout the year. Some of those have been managing challenging behaviors, where we brought in Dr. Erin Gibbons, who is a neuropsychologist from NESCA. We have also held, we brought in and partnered with some other towns. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna lose it here.
Sarah Ward?
Sarah Ward for executive functioning. She's highly sought after for speeches. And then one very exciting thing that we did this year was we did something a little out of the box, and we said, you know what, there's a lot of different organizations in Foxborough trying to do similar things with around parent education. So the YMCA was holding parent workshops. Foxborough Public Schools was holding parent workshops. CPAC was holding parent workshops. And we said, wait a minute, we can do this better. We can do this smarter. So we met with Amy Muldowney, we brought Corey in, we got the YMCA, we got Grace Chapel, who was also offering some parent courses, and we pulled us all together. We created something called the Parent Academy. We held 3 different in-person Parent Academy workshops this year. And the goal behind that, and I'm going on and on, I'm sorry, the goal behind this was really to get the in-person connection that you just can't get on a Zoom call. Parents are craving it, they need it. It was very successful, and we were able to bring in the Safe Coalition to talk about substance use in youth. We brought in Dr. Larry Epstein to talk about mental health and positive mental health, and we worked with Dr. Englander, who came and talked about social media use in kids. So this was phenomenal. And then we also had an audit this year through for DESE on regulations, which happens every 3 years, and they interview CPAC board members on regulatory practices that are happening at the school.
Awesome. Oh my God, thank you, Joe.
And, one thing that
I'll let Carrie go
I can't
next.
wait.
Yep, go ahead.
What's your name?
Erin.
Aaron. Oh,
Yep.
one thing that Aaron forgot to mention was there's been a lot of new IEP workshops this year because the state is going to a new IEP document starting in this upcoming September 2024. So they're trying to get parents adequate to it. But then the state right now is saying that I think it's November that the whole state must come to it, but it's September for Foxborough.
They're making it, they're
We're going to do it early because we're awesome.
It's September for Foxborough, but the state definitely is November.
That's
Well,
correct.
in May, we piloted an IEP workshop with the Federation of Children with Special Needs. It was amazingly informative, and that was kind of our first look at some things, and also a workshop around it. I've been doing this for 14, 12 years, and I'm still learning on an IEP. I'm still learning about special education. I'm still learning what resources are out there. So it's so daunting for these parents that are trying to navigate children that are having difficulty in school and then trying to figure out how to get them help. We loved supporting all of the excellent work that our school district did in Special Olympics. And I really want to thank the Office of Student Services and Corey and his team and Amy Muldowney for all the support they've given us. They pretty much say yes anytime we want to bring something to them. I also want to congratulate Erin, who got certified as a family leader with the Department of Developmental Services, DDS, and she also took a position as a family support specialist with PPAL. So this is an amazing resource we have in our district. Thank you. And I think that I would not want to lose my ability to use all of you as a call to action, and that is helping us support special ed whenever you can. Help us support not only what we do for our special ed kids, but beyond, because 20% of our kids are on some sort of an IEP or 504. That's a fifth. Plus, there's all those other kids that need the support and the information that we have. So a call to action on supporting anything you can, including inclusivity. I think that we are doing a really good job. Some of the stuff that the middle school is doing and the high school is doing in terms of unified sports is amazing. But I'm going to take it a step further and say that we're going to have to continue with our best buddies and continue with the social piece of this. Nathan, I'm looking at you. You've just been through this in high school. You know that it's difficult for those special ed kids because there's such a wide range. You've got super high functioning, you got low functioning, you've got everything in between, and making sure that these kids feel a part of everything that we're doing, and not just in sports, but socially, that they're feeling a part is really important to us, especially as a child of mine who's just graduating from middle school. And middle school can be tough, y'all. It can be really tough.
Yeah.
But I know that we've got a great committee and we've got a great district behind us to support our kiddos. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak.
And
Thank
I
you
want to
so much.
say really quick, thank you. I've really enjoyed, this is going to be my last year on the board as CPAC officially. My son's no longer even in Foxborough school system, but I've
still a
loved
resource.
it. I'm still a huge resource. I will definitely be involved. I've got nothing but phenomenal things to say about our experience with Foxborough. So, yep.
Thank you so much, and you're not going anywhere. You're here. You're a resource.
Thanks for giving us the time.
Thank you all
For being here and for everything you do.
I don't know if we highlighted it, but they are a K-12 resource, so they are here for everybody. So thank you for that. Next up, we have superintendent update, Dr. Bertos.
So much has been updated already, and we have even more on our agenda. But I'd first like to, again, congratulate our class of 2024 from graduation. We had a very successful graduation. So that's taken place since our last meeting, and the gymnasium was full and just wonderful all-around celebration, and just a great, proud moment for Foxborough as a community, and then particularly for all of our families, for our students. I'd like to also congratulate, we had 9 students as far as receiving the seal, the Massachusetts State Seal of Biliteracy, and that recognizes students that have proficiency in English as well as one additional language. So that's a great accomplishment for our students, and I think it really speaks to our world language teachers as well, starting all the way from 1st grade to 12th grade for our students. And so that is something that we know is extremely important in this day and age, and continues to be more by having a second language. So again, congratulations to them. Awesome. This past weekend, really busy weekend with Founders Day, and I know it was mentioned before with the float, with the Dalmatian. I know that I wasn't able to see it in person, but I saw the pictures, and they just were great with the IGO and the borough represented, and also school committee. I'm sure you'll have a couple of things to add as well there.
We had a lot of fun this year.
And then in addition to, we had the fishing derby that took place. And Sarah, I believe maybe you were dressed up as Nemo?
I may have been in a Nemo costume for the fishing derby. It was a lot of fun, and I'm always very proud of our National Honor Society and our Community Warriors students. They came out in droves in the drizzling rain and sometimes pouring rain to help our families and youth at the fishing derby, and it was really amazing and adorable and cute. So it was a great day.
And thanks to you for organizing all those volunteers for that. That is a lot of work to be able to organize all of those students to be able to help out in those
It's always a
ways, too.
pleasure. The kids are awesome, and I love seeing them at work. It's awesome. Yeah.
And then also coming up, we have the dedication.
Yes, the Deb Giordino dedication comes up this week. Next Thursday, June 20th? June 20th. And then we have, at that Payson Fields, they have that Super Bowl movie that's going to be premiered at that Payson Fields, so, by one of our students, Tommy Devlin. So, a lot of talent, a lot of good things going on.
As far as other updates, we had a loss to Medfield last night with our girls for lacrosse, but they made it to the Final Four, which was awesome. They had such a tremendous season. So that officially ended our spring athletics, but you can sign up now for fall athletics. So registration is now open, believe it or not, as we're kind of closing out the school year. But as we're closing out the school year, it was mentioned before, with field days that are taking place, we've got move-up ceremonies, we've got promotion ceremonies. There's a lot to celebrate this week as we come to the close of school, with the last day of school being next Monday as a half day. But it's not really an update. I just want to take a moment. When we think about our PTOs and our PACs and our CPAC and all of the parents in the community that supports our schools, it truly is a partnership between our parents and our community, and we couldn't do it without all of our parents. So thank you so much for all of the work that you do behind the scenes to really make our year a success. And there's so much more than even what was mentioned this evening by all of you and the work that you do, and the teachers and staff. Everyone from every school appreciate it so much, from whether it's Teacher Appreciation Week or just the other things throughout the year. It's just so thoughtful. And at the same time, we'd just like to take a moment with all of our faculty and our staff to thank them for a really successful year. Our teachers and staff work really, really hard every single day. We have 180 days with students, but they do so much more outside those 180 days. And I would really be remiss if I didn't say a big thank you to everyone, parents, teachers, staff, And of course, obviously, school committee for supporting all the work. But it does take a village, and we would not be able to have the success that we do in the Foxborough Public Schools without the support of everyone. So on behalf of the schools, just as we close out the school year, thank you very much for all that you do.
100%.
I don't know if there's any other questions on my update or anything else to add on any things.
I don't think so. No, thank you. Thank you for all that you do, keeping it all together. All right, next we have the Wellness Committee update. So we have Ms. Janice Watt, Ms. Jennifer Rosenberg, Ms. Amy Muldowney, and Mr. C.J. Neely. Thank you all for being here.
Hello, how are you? Thank you for having us. Do you want to start with introductions? I think most of us know everyone, but I'm Jen Rosenberg, the school nurse district leader.
Janice Watt, Food Service Director.
Amy Muldowney, Community Wellness Coordinator.
CJ Neely, Wellness Department Head.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me see if I can get this. I did.
There you go.
All right, here are our committee members. As you can see, we're all on the committee along with Dr. Berdos. We also have Principal Robert Worth is on it, and we have really excited this year. Our YMCA representatives, Meredith Walsh and Liz Francis, they joined us, which they've been a huge addition. There is room for one more member, and not to put anyone on the spot, but the recommendation is to have a school committee member on our committee. So we would love to have, don't all fight over the position, but we'll take your resumes next week, and then we'll let you know in September.
I have your email.
3 rounds of interviews.
Nathan, maybe?
Yeah.
Good.
So there's our, so this is, we meet 4 times a year. This is our 4th meeting. We've met 3 other times. So during our first meeting, it's kind of a brainstorming meeting, kind of getting to know what we want to accomplish this year. And one of the topics that came up for us was digital wellness, and living in a world now that social media, kids are always on their phones. CJ can kind of, this is his baby that he kind of brought to the table. And all of us, we were in agreement that something needs to be done. We wanted to bring some kind of educational program to Foxborough. So we teamed up with Boston Children's Digital Wellness Lab, Dr. Michael Rich, otherwise known as the Mediatrician. He's got a great book out. I don't know if anyone's heard of him, but he did a great presentation on his book, which is called, I want to get it right, The Mediatrician's Guide, A Joyful Approach to Raising Healthy, Smart, Kind Kids in a Screen-Saturated World. His message was amazing. We were all there. We had not a turnout that we wanted. It was, and Erin had mentioned this earlier, it's hard, there's a lot going on, right? And it was in May. A lot of sports. I think town meeting was that evening. So, but we did get a handful of parents, and the message, I think, was well received. So that was very successful. And we want to continue our relationship with Dr. Rich in the fall in programming. So stay tuned. We'll definitely bring some more stuff in the fall. All right, next. So the nurses have been busy this year, but it's a good busy. I feel like we're doing more things that we want to do proactively, and we're teaming up with our mental health teams a lot more. This year, a couple of things happened in 5th grade that we made us realize that maybe students didn't really know the severity of life-threatening allergies. So we teamed up with guidance, and we went into all the classrooms in 5th grade and did a little lesson about life-threatening allergies. We brought EpiPen trainers so kids could see the medicines that kids would need if they were exposed to an allergen. I think the lessons were very well received. The kids were amazing. They had very thoughtful questions at the end. We did a Q&A at the end, so we opened it up to the kids, and they were great. But we, CJ and I talked about it, maybe just doing something in the 4th grade starting next year, and have it as part of the health curriculum, just because it's a really important message that these kids get. I think they don't know the severity of a student that has a life-threatening allergy and how they're just like us, but if, it could be really dangerous if they were exposed to that allergen. So that was great. The guidance counselors came with me into the classrooms, and we showed a short video and just talked about allergies, so it was good. I also, I know we touched on this last year, about just the wellness policy not being really well known out there as far as like what it says and what the wording is. So I met with the curriculum coordinators this year just to make sure that our curriculum coincides with the wellness policy, to make sure anything that we're using for science experiments is actually within the wellness policies regulations. They were great. We actually also, the nurses, when we do our EpiPen trainings, we just reminded staff members of the wellness policy and what that includes and what that entails, just to make sure that food wasn't being shared or given as treats or rewards in the classroom. And we also have a list of foods from the state that are approved foods that can be served. So I shared that with a lot of staff members, and they were very appreciative because honestly, it was just something they didn't know. We also, again, this year did our flu clinics with our favorite local board of health, Nurse Tom Kedman, and I've already spoken with Tom for next year. We're going to continue. We actually want to do even more clinics. They were really well received, really well attended this year. We actually ran out of flu vaccine 3 times. We had to keep on running back and needles, so that was a good thing. So he and I are already in the works for the fall to do those. And then my nurses were really busy this year working with our newcomer families and doing a lot of case management, getting immunizations. They worked really hard, just coordinating with everyone over there. So I was really proud of them. So I feel like we had a very successful year.
It's amazing. Thank you.
Super busy year, that's for sure. So with meals being free for, I don't know what year we're at, like since 2020, right? Fourth year?
Yes.
Okay.
Since I left school, because I'm out of school 4 years now.
Yes, Joe, thank you. So to put it in perspective, pre-COVID, we were doing about 1,200 lunches a day, average. We are now doing 1,800. So 600 more lunches a day. Breakfast, pre-COVID, we only did 51 a day. We're doing 770 breakfasts a day. So I think that the high cost of groceries are, parents are encouraging, i.e. telling, you're going to get lunch. But, I think it's a tremendous financial savings for families. It's so nutritious, it's convenient, and I think that kids like our food. So that's great. I'm happy about that. We did get a local food grant of $10,000, which we've been buying Little Leaf lettuce, serving that in a lot of the schools. Red's Best cod, cider, apples. So we blew through that money. Everybody's loving that lettuce. It's so good, and it's not coming from California. It's coming from Massachusetts, so that's fabulous. In addition, we're kind of famous. We're on the map for our hydroponics. Like, we've been doing it forever, and it's, and we keep building on that. So we bought 2 new fork farms this year, which can grow 288 heads of lettuce. So that's supplementing what we are buying. So that's pretty exciting. Sesame, I don't know if anybody knew, but at the start of the year, bakeries and manufacturers were starting to add sesame to their ingredients because I don't know how to explain it, because the trace amounts that could potentially happen, a sesame seed is so tiny, and if it's in a bakery, there's no real way of like guaranteeing that there's no sesame. So a lot of manufacturers were adding it And sesame's been added as the 9th allergen. So that's super scary for me. When we talk about allergies, it's really scary. And with the increased number of people eating with us, that means more kids with allergies that we really have to pay attention to. So I was so happy to find Khaleesi Bakery is a nut-free and sesame-free bakery. So that brings me a lot of peace. It brings a lot of peace to our parents with students with those allergies. So that was exciting. We met with the IGO environmental students, and I also met with the Ahern ones yesterday about switching from plastic utensils. I know they did a presentation here, not too far. So moving from plastic to metal. We also loaned them one of our extra hydroponic gardens, and they have it in their caf there. So their garden club is using it, so that's a fun relationship. I just purchased, the district has just purchased a new menu analysis program. So it's going to be a summer project for myself, but it has a global nutrition database of commonly used school nutrition products. But it's slick. It's really cool. It's comprehensive. Parents will be able to go on there and say, eliminate, I don't want anything with wheat, and it will just go through the menu and show that. So I'm really excited about that. We were blessed to have Framingham State nutrition interns, 2 terms this year, and they do so much for us. And it's a two-way street. I love learning from them. It energizes me to have them there. But they did this comprehensive, gigantic label book, nutrition labels, and like an at-a-glance allergen chart. Great help for my managers to quickly look at what items have allergens. They did taste testing, they did marketing, and they help in the kitchen, so it's nice to have the extra set of hands. We're looking, last but not least, the USDA has upgraded the meal pattern standards, which go into effect in 2025, and one of them, key pieces, is lowering sugar in breakfast items like cereals and yogurts. And while that's not due to be part of compliance till 2025, I've already started looking for those kinds of products just to scale the sugar back. We don't need that much sugar at breakfast. So all in all, my staff has worked super hard. They are so dedicated. Happy to live in Foxborough. We're very much supported. They work very hard, and we really appreciate the support of parents and the administration. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello again. I know it's been about 2 weeks since the last time we met, and I feel like for the respect of everyone's time, I'll refer to like a lot of things we did this year to my last presentation as far as the reports and the presentation go. I don't need to rehash all of those things. I will say that since our meeting, the textbooks have already been ordered, and they're going to be on our way to get the curriculum work going this summer, so we can get right in there and have the materials in hand when the staff goes ahead and starts implementing them into our new units that we discussed at our previous meetings. The curriculum work is planned. We're going to have 4 different groups working on 4 different projects, and people are already committed and excited to get involved and really start that process. The adapted PE course that we had discussed I'm in works with the Ahern Guidance Department right now, as well as a few of the potential teachers and the staff over there for the students to try to, like we talked about, bring that warrior teammate type of class to the Ahern Middle School. And then again, with the professional development that we have planned, hopefully, this is again, very beginning stages, but trying to work maybe with Dr. Rich to come in and talk to some of our health teachers as well to give some presentations during our professional development time that we have in August to kind of kickstart our year into that new unit that, again, we said is so important, and it's definitely been referenced that it's a baby of mine. And shameless plug, if you guys want to ban phones from school, I'd be very excited from that too. So I will leave it at that for me as far as the wellness department goes and pass it on to Amy.
It is very fitting that Erin Bose was already here tonight and talked about Parent Academy because she has been so instrumental in making that happen. Parent Academy is definitely the piece of the community wellness picture that I think we're most proud of this year. And it really and truly was a team approach. CPAC was a tremendous support, especially Erin making all those different pieces happen, promoting our PTOs and PACs across the district were really part of this as well, getting the word out, inviting people, being there, participating. With regards to our school staff, we had school nurses, we had mental health team members who were there with us in the evenings facilitating discussions. Chantel Wiley, who's our METCO coordinator, was amazing in supporting this. One of the things that makes us really proud about that Parent Academy model is that we're running it simultaneously in Boston and Foxborough. So this is really an equitable opportunity for all caregivers in our district, and including some other districts. We had families from Concord who were with us at METCO headquarters in May, getting that content, having those discussions. It's really a connection-oriented piece. Another thanks to Grace Chapel. Blair Jenkins, who's the youth minister at Grace Chapel, has been tremendous in helping getting this off the ground, using her thoughtful insight into families to think about all the facilitation questions and the materials and the pieces. So definitely Parent Academy has been exciting for us. We're hopeful and excited for next year. We already have ideas from folks about topics. We're planning, Janice has a great wealth of knowledge about gratitude. We're hoping to do a gratitude Parent Academy. We've had requests to talk about puberty with folks, so that's something that's going to be coming in the fall. And definitely seeking any feedback about the conversations, the supports, what's going to help families be able to get out there and do this work day to day. The acknowledgement of parenting and caregiving is really hard right now. There are so many demands on people's time. It's not always easy to be available for these things. So how can we get those messages out to folks and make those opportunities to come in really worth it for them as families?
It's amazing. Thank you. All right.
So, looking forward, we had the Department of Ed, in conjunction with John Stalker Institute, has a wellness coaching program, wellness team coaching. So we applied for it, we've been accepted. So what this Tier 1 does is it helps us to assess, revise the policy. Our last reading or revision to the policy was in 2018, so we're well overdue. Because they want to make sure that we're compliant in both the state and federal policies. There is a Tier 2, once we get through that coaching next year, that helps us with implementation and initiatives, et cetera. So we're excited about that. I mean, we have a very solid wellness committee. It's well attended. When we looked at everything we did this year, it was pretty amazing. But we're excited to make it even better next year.
It's a great.
The only other thing,
What?
only one thing I was going to add along the lines of staff wellness. We did start a Ahern pickleball group, and we had our first match against the Taylor, and we won. So, but next year we're going to be opening out to the other districts, so the other schools. So just that, stay tuned for that, because we had shirts and everything. Yeah, we're the real deal out of Ahern, but we're just starting. Because staff wellness and health is important too. Yeah.
As I watch all of you tell your piece about what you're doing, I think about Rob's word about not everybody in the audience can't see the joy in your faces, but you clearly all enjoy your piece in this, and we totally appreciate that. The students are the winners in all of this, so thank you. We really appreciate it. Any questions or comments from the?
I do.
Okay.
So thank you all very much. It is, I think everybody in this room, everybody watching, everybody that reads the transcript or the minutes, whatever's going to agree that the work that you're doing is really, really important. As a school committee, we have 3 responsibilities, right? So policy, budget, and oversight of the administration. Clearly, I hope you feel you're supported by the administration, by the committee from just a support standpoint. But from a policy or a budget perspective, are there things as you look forward that we as a school committee can do to help you do the important work that you're doing? Put you on the spot. I like to do that. So, you can think about it. I mean, it doesn't have to be an answer tonight, but that's one of the things that as you continue to do these presentations, that's really important to us as a committee. How can we make sure that you can keep doing the important work that you're doing? And that's just general advice to anybody that's presenting to us. Those are the things that we love hearing the stories. We love seeing the work that you're doing. We're so fortunate to work with dedicated professionals, but really we want to know, what can we do to help remove obstacles? You know, that's what the administration does. That's what your building leadership does. That's what we want to support them in doing, and we want to support you all in doing. So if there are things that come to mind, not tonight, but at a different time, you know, we do have a way of getting that back to us. And, you know, speaking for myself, this is really, really important. So it's not a question, not a comment, I guess, just another diatribe.
A good statement. A good statement.
The under pouches aren't too expensive. So just if you've heard of what those are, just want to put that
I
out
will
there
say,
again.
when you were after here 2 weeks ago, I did start doing research on, are there districts in the country that are taking a more conservative approach to handheld devices in classrooms. It's still, I haven't found anything, but I hear what you're saying. I do a lot of research in this area anyway. So I did hear that and appreciate what you're saying, and certainly see the impact on so many other things. So I heard it, and I'm trying to understand it better too. So.
I would have gone home and wished I had said that, so I just throw it out there right now.
Thank you.
All right.
No other questions or comments? We thank you guys so much. And
Thank
thanks
you.
for being here and
Thank you.
taking the
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
You guys are great. So much, yes. Up next, we have our music curriculum review with Ms. Cami Tadoldi and Mr. Aaron Bush.
Okay, as our presenters come up to the table. Cami.
Someone, yeah.
So as our presenters come up to the table, I just want to point out what you have in your packet. You have a memo in front of you that outlines the music curriculum review. As you know, music and wellness were a part of our curriculum review cycle for this school year. We have a amazing music program, and I think that's going to come through the presentation tonight, but you can see lots of highlights in the report and the presentation as well. Our main focus for the curriculum review was equitable access to music education and culturally responsive pedagogy. So you'll see that emphasized throughout the night. I also wanted to point out that there is an error on the agenda. It does say action requested next to it. It is supposed to be information only. All of the recommendations that you'll see here tonight that are outlined by Mr. Bush and Ms. Tadoldi can all be accomplished within our regular budget.
Thank you.
Good news. All right, well,
Even better.
thank you for having us. And as always, I just want to start off by thanking the committee for always supporting us. And you'll hear from all of us, but along with the incredible staff that we have, it's really a community effort that makes the music department happen. So here we go. These are our curriculum review team members, along with our entire music department. We had Dr. Donovan from Foxborough High School and Mr. Worth from the Borough Elementary School. And I also want to thank Dr. Burrows for really being a huge part of this role and leading us through the process. So she has been just an immense resource for us. So I just want to thank our music department staff. I know you've heard this many times, but I'm going to say it again. They are the best in the country. And I say that wholeheartedly. And we just really have an unbelievable team that is well-rounded, knowledgeable, talented, but most importantly, love every single student that walks through their door. So I'm going to let Mr. Bush take this part over.
Hey, Katz, good to see you. Thank you for having us. So we're very proud of our music department in Foxborough. I agree with everything Ms. Tadoldi said. We offer a number of unique opportunities throughout the year. We have over 30 public performances annually across grades K to 12. All the students in Foxborough Public High School do receive high-quality instruction in grades K through 8 as part of their required curriculum of studies. We regularly have over 40 students that are accepted to state audition festivals, including district and all-state festivals and band, choir, orchestra, and our jazz program. Our Foxborough High School performing ensembles consistently receive top honors locally and nationally at adjudicated festivals and are regarded as one of the premier music programs in the country. The Foxborough High School Jazz Ensemble has been accepted to the most competitive high school jazz festival in the country, essentially Ellington. That program has been in place for 28 years, and Foxborough has been a national finalist for 21 of those years, most recently including receiving second place in the nation in 2022. In 2019, we were fortunate to tour Australia with 43 students in our jazz ensemble, our chamber orchestra, and our vocal jazz ensemble in partnership with the outstanding Hale School in Perth, which recently came and visited us in this past winter. We have standards-based grading expanding to grades 5 and 6. We have the addition of an arts and social justice course, which I co-teach with the esteemed Kelly Arcacha, who I believe is in the audience tonight. She's the realist of deals. And that course is really cutting edge in music curriculums across the country, and it gives students the opportunity to tackle real-world issues through a partnership of visual arts and performing arts. So the two teachers working with that, Ms. Arcacha and myself, we deal with parts of American history, world history, civil rights, protest music. I share performing artists from those time periods, and Kelly shares visual artists from those time periods. It's really a phenomenal addition to our curriculum. Our faculty on Foxborough Music Program does present annually at professional development sessions, both locally and at the national level. We do have two faculty members, Ms. Tadoldi and myself, that were named as Grammy Music Educator Award finalists in 2022. Ms. Tadoldi was a quarterfinalist, and I was a semifinalist, one of 25 educators in the nation to be given that honor. I don't speak about that very often. I feel very uncomfortable talking about it, but I will say that tremendously prestigious honor was directly a result of the curriculum that we have that I can present to our students. So without that curriculum, I wouldn't have been able to do my best work and be recognized by the Grammy Foundation. I got a nice little poster that has a picture of the award, not the actual award. To most people, I say it's an award strictly based off of looks alone, which is why I was one of the 25. For over 16 years, we do host professional development at Foxborough Public Schools, a music educator specific workshop that services over 150 music educators from across Massachusetts. That also is cutting edge, and our K-12 students do have access to high quality professional equipment and instruments. We additionally, for the past 47 years, have implemented a leadership curriculum at Foxborough High School's music program, where we train all of our section leaders in band, choir, and orchestra to deal with conflict resolution, set up action plans for their sections, and study the intricate and important art of encouragement, which really is a foundational cornerstone in our program that affords our ensembles, both band, choir, and orchestra, the opportunity to perform at a national level. We also want to thank and acknowledge our community support that we receive in the music program. The outstanding Foxborough Music Association, which is our volunteer parent organization, which funds a number of events throughout the year, including jazz residencies with professional guest artists, opportunities for educational enrichment through our students. We love our friends in the Foxboro Cable Access, who is videotaping this right now. You are also the realist of deals. We love the Foxboro Cable Access, and they have given us the opportunity to record our concerts, live stream our concerts for posterity, to be archived and shared literally in all corners of the globe. That's actually how the Hale School in Australia found us.
That's awesome.
The Foxborough JCs, which we work in wonderful partnership. We actually just had the opening concert of the summer series, which was supposed to be outdoors, but for the third year in a row, we're inside because we play it safe, and that's cool. And we performed in the auditorium with the Foxborough High School Jazz Ensemble and Vocal Jazz Ensemble, and that tradition goes back 40 years too. The Marilyn Rodman Performing Arts Center in town, which also hosts our art show for our Arts and Social Justice course. Foxborough Veterans Services Organization, which we work in partnership, performing National Anthem at events throughout the year, including athletic events, MIAA events, Memorial Day Parade, and town meetings. It really, as Dr. Burdos rather said, it takes a village, and all of these organizations afford us the opportunity in the Foxborough Music Program to do our best work.
So we thought it was really important as we think about, we talk a lot about the impact of education on our students, not only in K-12, but beyond. And so what does it mean when our students leave Foxborough High School? So just take a few minutes to read some quotes from our alumni. And I'll just highlight one as we're flipping through here. But beginning in 5th grade through FHS, I developed my musicianship, discipline, time management skills, organization, leadership style, and a desire to give back. In a perfect world, every single school would have a music program that transforms lives. And that's Amelia Lacey, who graduated last year. Program goes beyond just music. It's all about connection and a love for music, and that kind of relationship is one of the most special relationships you can make in life. So as you read through these 4 quotes, music is mentioned, but other words that we think about, transferable skills, leadership, organizational skills, giving back. It's, relationships. It's all there. All right. So next we're going to move on to the review piece where we deep dive a little bit into our process. Here's a few images from our recent concerts, both at the IGO and the Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
So this is how our process began. We started in August at our PD Day, where we began with our equity assessment, which Dr. Burrows will talk about briefly in just a moment. And then we began identifying areas of growth based on our assessments along with our strengths. And then we moved forward to take that data and develop, where are we going to focus? What is going to help us move forward? We did some researching and discussing on our own, developing some questions for ourselves that helped us to ultimately come to some final pieces. We also had a discussion about how our curriculum will fit into a vision of a graduate. I know that's been presented. We are continuing through that process, and hopefully next year we'll be able to really connect the two in terms of a formal document. And then as we finished the report, that identified some action steps for us, and that brings us to about where we are today, where we're able to present this to you. Dr. Burrows?
So just as a quick reminder, all of our curriculum reviews begin with an equity assessment that was adapted from the Mid-Atlantic Equity Consortium that provides access to a full equity audit. The process that we use for our curriculum review is an abbreviated process that highlights 4 key focal areas. We look at standards and curriculum development, academic placement, tracking and grouping, instructional strategies, and curriculum strategies. And as Ms. Tadoldi had shared, that's our first step in our curriculum review process. It allows us to identify areas of strength and opportunities for growth, and it drives the remainder of that academic year where we're diving into the research piece and collecting data on what our next steps are.
So coming out of our equity assessment, you're going to see that we decided to parse our program as we go through first. So I'm going to first talk about K-4 general music. That made sense with the way that our schools are broken into. And then we're going to move into our 5 through 12, both general music curriculum and electives. So we talk about general music at the middle school and our elective offerings at Foxborough High School. And then we've also broken off the other piece into our ensembles, which are band, choir, orchestra, and other jazz ensembles in grades 5 through 12. So that's how we parceled everything in terms of our curriculum structure. So strengths, we already have our curriculum maps done, which was part of the NEASC review process, but our curriculum mapping does align to the Massachusetts Arts Curriculum Framework along with our National Arts framework, and I think that's really important for folks to know that along with all of the other academic disciplines, we also have a national and local curriculum that continues to be revised, and we make sure that during this process we stay up to date with that as well. We're using research-based instruction in our classrooms. Orphan Kodai is some of the bigger names we hear, but our teachers really use a hybrid of those because not one of our classrooms really fits into those structures. So it's really important for us our K-4 staff is incredibly knowledgeable in those areas, and they're able to piece out which pieces of those research-based pedagogical strategies will work best for our students so that they can really access their curriculum in the way that's works for them. Music naturally supports EL students, and we found this year, particularly with our newcomer students, that music and arts really made it classrooms where our students could really feel a place in a home very quickly. And I'll just share an anecdotal story. One of our teachers, actually Mrs. Noonan, was in the audience. She shared this with us, but she was going through the colors with one of her kindergarten classes, and one of our newcomer students started singing along in their native language. And that also, it created this assets-based approach, right, where we were able to share languages with each other, but through music. And then it was just really a beautiful moment. So when we think about music, it's a universal language. It's a lot of copying, echoing, so it supports all of those pieces, but in particular, this is a really bright spot for students. And in diverse cultures, when we think about music and where it comes from, we can talk about the whole world. So we feel particularly our K-4 folks have really worked very hard to pick music with different languages and from different cultures, but also to expand upon where did those pieces come from. And we are looking, as we continue to move into the culturally responsive pedagogy, to really dive even deeper into that. But they have a really great framework with that already. So we talk about some room for growth for us. Again, we're going to sort of wait on the next piece of the alignment to the vision of the graduate so that we can take those next steps with our program here. We're going to work on infusing culturally responsive pedagogy into that practice, which was kind of growing off of what we just discussed in an area of strength, but we really can go further with that. It's important for us to continue to explore equitable access to music, particularly for our subgroups, so students with disabilities, EL students, and making sure that everybody gets music. And we would love for our students to have more time on music during the school day. Our kindergarten students have twice a cycle, 1 through 6, and we would love for our students in grades 1 through 4 to mirror that. Right now, 1 through 4 has music once a cycle, and we would love to see that increase. I would say that we are providing about an average amount of time on learning for our students in our elementary music program when we surveyed the area. And we're a little bit on the lower side. Particularly, we saw programs that were like on a 5-day cycle, and they're once a cycle. So if you think about the 5 versus 6, and there's a big difference when I talk to my elementary teachers, and I'm sure you naturally would agree that their kindergarten students are actually grasping music at a faster rate and retaining more so than 1 through 4. Right. I'll hand this over to Mr. Bush.
So our strengths for the general music and electives, our common curriculum mapping aligned to the Mass Arts frameworks, as Mr. Doley mentioned earlier. Our curriculum aligns with the state and national standards. We provide access to music education for all students in non-performing ensembles. As I'm hearing her speak about Ms. Noonan's student, I actually teach a guitar elective at the high school. And one of their assignments here at the end of the semester was to learn a song and play it for me and play it for the class. And I have a Ukrainian student in the class, and he's new to Foxborough this year, and he played for us a Ukrainian folk song. And he isn't formally trained in singing or playing the guitar, but it was beautiful hearing what he was able to share from a situation that's far different from what our students experience. It was a real world moment where no speaking was needed. We provide access to music education for all students in our non-performing ensembles. We support EL students by including alternative comprehension methods, and we have real-world connections to the arts within society. We understand that in our music program, not all of our students, or even the majority of our students, will continue as a professional musician or music educator, but they are able to connect with themselves and recognize the inherent spirit and soulfulness that they have and express that through creativity, which we give them through the arts. Our areas of growth, again, we are seeking to align all of this work to the vision of the graduate, the VOG, as we call it at the high school. We're going to be completing curriculum maps for our FHS electives. We support schedule structures that increase access to music electives at Foxborough High School and update our guitar and piano electives to align with culturally responsive practices that were aforementioned. For our strengths, for the 5 through 12 ensembles, and when we say ensembles, we're referring to both band, choir, and orchestra. We have several strengths. We have a strong communication and collaboration between the middle school and the high school teachers. We're very fortunate where we team teach these ensembles at the high school and the middle school, and we share staff between both buildings. This allows for us to create a curriculum where we know students' stories from the earliest level and continue throughout the high school. We learn those stories and discuss in a collaborative way ways to connect with all of these students. Our curriculum represents diverse groups of students and prepares students for a diverse society and workplace. Again, this is referencing that we're not professional musicians, but we are connected to ourselves and our inherent creative ability. I was looking at the quotes from the students earlier, and I remember those students. Julia McClellan sang in the big band. Dimitri Davis and his sister played in the jazz ensemble. And I was speaking with Sophia a few weeks ago. She called me for a reference. She's applying for a job in hospitality management, and she has an internship in New York City. And she reached out to me before her interview with the CEO and said, every positive experience I've had in college, every job that I've gotten, every opportunity that I've been given has been a direct benefit of the experience and the skills that I learned in the music program. And to me, that's a big win. And she's not a professional musician or a music educator. She's just a complete human being. Co-teaching is very important and crucial to our Foxborough music program. It provides access to the curriculum and increased learning opportunities for band students, orchestra students, and choir students, and provides targeted support for students. We work as a team. We're in the room together. We play off of each other's strengths. We help each other with our weaknesses. It's a unique model, but it's deeply beneficial to our students and allows us to teach this curriculum in a truly unique and valuably beneficial way.
And I will just say that we've also benefited from Lisa Deeker's visits. She came in and walked through our classes, and first of all was just very complimentary with what we had going on. And you know, she's been all over the country and doesn't really see much like this happening, but also really commended our staff for being very invested in having her in and seeking the feedback so that we can make sure that we truly are teaching all of the students who are in the room in front of us. And she gave us some really great feedback that I saw our staff implement immediately, because we wanted to make sure that we were teaching all of our students, but also making sure that our students with disabilities really were getting what they needed in our classrooms, so that when we talk about inclusion and inclusivity, that everybody could feel important and feel a part of our ensemble and our ensembles in our classrooms.
Very hip.
Yeah, she's great.
Continued. Students have opportunities to learn and perform in small groups and chamber ensembles, providing a variety of opportunities for assessment. We can meet with students in smaller ensembles to directly assess their skills and weaknesses and tailor their individual curriculum to them to help them get to the next level. We support students socially and emotionally in future pursuits. I mentioned that with Professor Davis that I recently spoke to. Ensembles teach transferable life skills, including teamwork and perseverance, goal setting, problem solving. We are teaching life through the idiom of music, whether it be band, choir, orchestra, vocal jazz, or instrumental jazz. And our students at the Ahern Middle School receive small group lessons that allow teachers to track student progress and work collaboratively as co-teachers more easily than in a large group setting. We do have areas of growth that we've identified. We're completing a UBD curriculum map as part of the NEASC. Is this me or is this you, by the way?
I think it was me.
This is you. Go for
But
it.
if you'd like to do it.
You know what? I'm doing this. I'm doing this. We investigate. You should do it.
It sounds like you need a break.
It's fine. Go for it.
So again, we're working on completing those, the UBD mappings, again, per the NEASC review. We want to continue to investigate our schedules at both the middle school and the high school that continue to allow our students to sing and play during the school day and also have access to other electives. We do benefit greatly from the current schedule, but we are very interested in continuing to be a part of the scheduling process to make sure that, again, our students have the most access. And I'm not just talking about our ensemble students, but all of our students in the Foxborough Public Schools to a music education if they want it. Working on infusing culturally responsive pedagogy into practice, the alignment to that VOG. And then prioritizing staffing that aligns with the growth of the orchestra program. The orchestra program has seen a large growth over the last 10 years, and actually our entire program has. So we want to make sure that our staffing allows not only those students to be taught, but then allows our other teachers to be concentrated in their areas of specialty as well. And then we're also tracking subgroups. We've started actually this last year through cohorts, breaking up by different subgroups to just see who is choosing what in our groups, what ensemble they're in, are they staying in them, are they leaving, and then once we get some of that data, we don't think we'll have it for at least about 4 years until we track a whole cohort, and then be able to have some questions. Why are certain subgroups dropping? Why are some subgroups staying? And then we're really excited about what that could tell us. It's pretty cool. So here comes our goals, right? So again, exploring that equitable access piece to enrollment in band, choir, and orchestra. So we had some questions. We did a kind of a round robin during one of our meetings and just said, what do we wonder about this? So we wanted to just make sure that if students were receiving services, testing, that we knew about that, and maybe we could brainstorm creatively about when those things could occur. Again, another benefit of Lisa Deeker's visit, she suggested that why couldn't an OT service be provided during an ensemble? We talk about fine motor skills, if that's something that's on a student's IEP or service, maybe that could be something that's worked into it. So this would be communication, brainstorming, but really getting creative, but make sure that those kids aren't missing even more of their day. And I think that could be a really neat and creative way to solve that problem. We also want to make sure that our students have access to our group lessons, particularly at the middle school. Again, students who may have an academic lab in their schedule are not able to access lessons all the time. So there again is another subgroup that is missing out on an equal experience, or could be an example of one. And then again, the family partnership and continuing to make sure that families know that what we're doing is valid, is important, and making sure that our students are able to participate in everything that we do as part of just being, having access to this program. Very similar trends with students in our elementary schools. Exploring equitable access to the general music curriculum for all students in grades K through 4. So with our newcomer students and other EL students, making sure that our staff continues to receive the training that they need to make sure that we're able to support all students in front of us, but particularly that subgroup. And very similar, we want to make sure that our students with disabilities are able to get the same music education as their peers. And just an interest in collaborating and questioning and maybe spending some time with our neighboring elementary school music departments to see how they operate, what they do. Just an interest in learning from each other. It's always approaching with curiosity, and you can always learn from each other, and that makes us better. And goal number 3 will be to infuse culturally responsive pedagogy into practice in grades 5 through 12, particularly in our band, choir, and orchestra program. And part of this is, how do we define culturally responsive? What does that mean? We spent some time during our staff meetings looking through those pieces and starting the conversations, and then beginning to identify areas of our curriculum where we could see growth. What are we already doing? It's not, again, as I said before, music it's international. And it's not just about being international. It's about reaching the students in front of us. It's about having students feel like they can share who they are and making them feel like they belong, and being able to share their culture so we can learn from each other. Because there's so much depth there that's just right in front of us. And very similarly, but in the K through 4 general music classroom, similar goal. You'll see a lot of trends here in the questions and the commonalities. Sure. Just a lot of curiosity, being able to engage families in understanding and hoping that if they're willing and students are willing to really share themselves and where they come from, and hopefully then we can leverage that in our music classrooms. So as we continue to move through the review here, many of the findings that we came through as we went and studied, we also have recommendations that came out of that. And a lot of this, again, focuses on that access piece, making sure that our students have access. And continuing to look through our schedule. A lot of it is really making sure that our schedule is in a way that works for our students. Collaborating with building and support staff to make sure that nobody is missing a class for something that could maybe be creatively provided in another way. So similarly, very much an interest in increasing the time on learning for our students in grades 1 through 4. Excuse me. And our hope is to continue to have that conversation and see if we can make that happen, or if there's another way that's already within the schedule that we haven't really found yet. So there's a strong interest there in continuing to have those conversations. So you'll notice that we're going to spend some time on our professional development, focusing on that for our staff within the next few years, in terms of providing opportunities and really digging into the culturally responsive practices in the music classroom and in our curriculum. And along with that is really actively seeking out guest artists that are representative of diverse cultures. We have such a wonderful partnership with Foxborough Music Association, who provides us the opportunities to bring in folks. And we get feedback from our students all the time, and they say, we want to learn about world music. We want to experience something different. We're giving them so much already, but there is a whole nother realm of possibilities beyond what we're currently doing. And that's really exciting that that's also coming from our own kids. Again, similar. looking for ways to investigate and really bring in what our students already have for us, and creating that sense of belonging through culturally responsive teaching practices. And then this is where we plan to move forward, and this is really what the curriculum process is about, is not only investigating where we are, but is what are the actions going to be taken. So it's a really thorough process, and it's not like we just did this, we said it, it's done. There are actions, and we have a time frame of where we're headed next. So for goals 1 and 2, we're hoping to continue to build upon our study with UDL, and we're really interested in bringing in a UDL consultant that will work with us for a few years, and we're hoping to actually collaborate with the Fine Arts Department as well in that, because I know their vision is similar to ours in that area. And UDL is I'm sure you've heard this word throughout curriculums, but it helps us, again, increase access to students and make sure that all students are feeling successful within our curriculum. So continuing to explore scheduling opportunities for students, and working with our district, building administration with that, and then looking at asking and recommending for an FTE increase within our music staffing, so that we can support the growing program, so that all of our staff is being allocated in the way that is best for student learning. This summer, we intend to have our ensemble curriculum maps completed for grades 5 through 8, and we hope in August we kick off our journey on growing our culturally responsive pedagogy knowledge. And you'll see that's going to continue through the next few years, those recommendations. And we hope that next year, not next year, but in 25, 26, we'll get those ensemble curriculum maps done. Hopefully at that point in time, we'll have all of the alignment to the vision of the graduate, and that will all be in place, not only in the music program, but you'll see that throughout probably the entire school department. And as we get to the 3rd year, it's really looking at what we do. We'll reflect back on this document and say, did we do it? And if not, kind of circle back and do what we need to do. But hopefully we've done all this great work, which I know we will. Again, we have a fantastic staff that is really excited about these things, and we'll take our next steps. So again, we don't need to vote on any of this because this is absorbed within our own budget. But professional development, expenses, curriculum development expenses, and then we will be, again, recommending an FTE piece there. And lastly, we were we were awarded as one of the best communities for music education in the country. And that is just really an outstanding honor. And it's important to bring up here because you, the school committee and the school department, are a part of that award. It's not just what's happening in our classrooms, but it's an award that's really given to the community of Foxborough. So thank you, and I hope that you can celebrate in that award with us as well. And what questions do you have?
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much. This is a heavy lift. This was definitely not a little bit of work. This was a lot of work, so thank you so much. But I have no questions beyond that. Does anyone else have any questions? I'm looking at you.
Amen.
Wow, I think I have sorry. There's a little personal thing going on. No. Sorry about that. I apologize. Can you come back to me for a second, please?
Yes.
Sorry.
Anyone else have any questions?
Nope, just, I'm a big fan. Both sides, orchestra and band, have been both sides, love it.
Thank you.
It's been great.
Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, if you heard what was just said, that was not directed at me. It doesn't matter, but I apologize for that, but it was not directed at me. So certainly understand the importance of all the work that you do. Very appreciative of all the work that you do, like we are with all the other programs. I would bore you with a personal story, but I'll find time to bore the two of you at a different time, because it's something I really do want you to know about the impact of the work that you guys do. That probably I didn't see this coming, but I would like to share it with you at a point in the future. The one question I have is on the grades 1 through 4, once per cycle. Is that a change? How long has that been in place as the cycle? Have we decreased the recurrences per cycle recently, or is that how it has been and we're just looking to increase it?
No, I believe that happened over 20 years ago.
Okay. That's really that was my main question. Is are we at a point where we have pulled back on access, or it's where we are and we see the benefit of trying to increase?
Yep, it's the benefit to increase, and it's my job to advocate for more time on learning. So, so I'm gonna keep doing that.
Okay.
So, but yes, nothing's been pulled away.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here and for all this information. We truly appreciate it.
And we have a few of our music department members in the audience too, so I want to make sure I acknowledge their presence.
Thank
as well.
you.
I did.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
Sorry.
All set.
So Brent did have a quick question.
No, I had 7. I'm kidding. I don't have 7.
Sorry. No, I
No, I don't.
asked you earlier.
I don't have 7 questions. No, I'll be curious. I am incredibly curious and delighted how well and thoroughly, although I'm not surprised, your goals align and align with your kind of quest for data and tracking the cohorts. And I want to thank you for doing that, because no one's forcing you to, but it's best practice. And if we talk about having such pride in having universal access to music, we have to back that up with the data. Do we actually have universal access to music? And I'm eager to find out what you find out, because I trust you all so much that where and if there are gaps found, we'll hear from you about how we in the community and administration can support closing those gaps. Because when you work so hard as a musical community of professionals over the years on your craft of building a program that is built and sustained by a lot of the people in this room, you want to share that with everybody. And we want to make sure that it's actually shared with everybody. So I want to thank you for doing that. And also I just want to acknowledge, as Mr. Canfield did and others, just the tremendous, and you did too, Mr. Bush, amount of work and expertise that you have in your faculty, that this program was built over decades. It takes the decades of expertise you have on your staff to simply just run the machine and to innovate it year after year. And so to all of you for being leaders on staff and in our communities, I just thank you very much. So that's it.
Yeah, we're very fortunate. I mean, we are very, very fortunate in our music program to have the support from the community and the support from our administration, the support from all of you. Programs of this level that service as many kids and give access to this amount of kids and provide the highest quality instruction don't happen just from the staff. It happens in a partnership with everybody that's in this room, as you articulated, and we are deeply grateful for that. We love you very dearly for what you're able to give us the opportunity to do with students. So you are the real deal as well.
Well, we hope you all feel that you're loved back. So.
Yes, 100%. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, man.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, next up, we have standards-based report cards. We have Ms. Karen Frazier.
So as Principal Frazier comes on up, you do have a memo in front of you that just highlights the work that has been done over the course of the past 2 school years to develop standards-based report cards for grade 5. And as promised, Principal Frazier is back in June for the motion to transition to a grade 5 standards-based report card for the 24-25 school year. You also have a copy of the report card in your packet. And I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you.
It's not right behind the page. It says attachment, but it's actually not.
It's not in the public packet. We have them up here, sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
She's going to get her copy. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you. No, as you know, we were here a few months ago with a much larger group. We had representation from our teachers of math and science, teachers of ELA and social studies. We had representation of our specialists, our curriculum directors, working together with Dr. Burrows and myself to develop a standards-based report card, really ultimately with the goal of being able to give our students and their families really meaningful, detailed feedback on how their students are doing and specifically what they know and can do with the content in each of their classes. So not sure if you have additional questions since our last presentation or anything that you'd like to talk about further before the vote tonight.
I don't particularly. Does anyone else have any questions on the report card? I know there is an action and a vote we need to make this evening. Anyone on the committee have any questions or comments?
No, the fact that I have no questions is weird,
I was just about to fall off my
but
chair.
it's owing to how thoroughly you all prepared this and like all the expertise you put into prior presentations, and and even prior to that, because it started. We've expanded this stepwise a few different times, and it's the right thing to do. And at every stage of this, Ms. Fraser, you and your staff have been very clear about the benefits, the methods, and how to step it out and how to communicate it. So it's wonderful to have no surprises, especially on something this major,
Yeah.
because this is a big deal. This is not it's important, and it's more than just tweaks. It has a real positive impact on kids and families and educators. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. This is a mock-up, so this is, but it will look very, very similar in Power School like this?
In Power School, yeah, so, although bigger. There's a lot fit onto one page there, I know. But yes, in Power School, you'll actually be able to, I believe, click on each content area, and it will expand to show each of those standards and what the students' scores are on each of those, so, yes. And just to comment further, Brent, you might remember that we had initially hoped that we'd be starting this school year, but we had
Right.
slowed our process down to make sure that our teachers really were prepared to talk well about this and that we were ready to communicate well with families and with our students. So we're excited to get it going, we hope, next year.
Well, and that was the right call.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So just confirming, this is what we're starting with now is no longer a pilot, we're going full bore.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the next question is, what is the next evaluation point on how this is working, where it might need, where it might need to be tweaked?
Oh, that's a great question. So I think there will be really a number of opportunities where we'll be doing that. I think the pilot has been good this year in the sense of we've been trying out the rubrics that have been developed to assess students' work on those standards, but we've had a lot of conversation about how ultimately throughout each quarter we're going to need to be checking in on how those are working and if those rubrics need to be developed further, and if we've really captured in the report card at the end of each quarter what we're hoping to capture with those standards. So I think that will happen in a few different ways.
Okay. And I'm assuming that we'll get some type of update on that as well.
Yes, I would love to do that.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. And this is for 5th grade for the coming school year with the hope of continuing in 6th grade the following year. And I know when we were here last time, we spoke about, the impact of that change in grades now for 7th grade. So we're hoping to have another working group for next school year working on that conversation of how we're preparing the 7th grade teachers for that change in grades for the students coming up from standards-based grading now.
Right.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Motion to transition to a grade 5 standard-based report card for the 2024-25 school year.
Awesome.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? All right, 500. Standards-based report card. Thank you so much.
Thank you to your staff.
Appreciate it. All right, next up is the logo update. Dr. Donovan is here.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Can I go next? I'll wait a moment while that loads up. So I'm here this evening to share with you the work of our emblem and logo committee over the last 5 months. I will start by saying that throughout this process, the committee received over 2,000 pieces of data from the community or individual responses to community surveys, which equated to tens of thousands of individual responses. So this has been a very large and collaborative process with the community, and I'm appreciative for all that support. So I'm curious.
They're working on it.
It's all right. Well, I'll keep going if that's okay. No, I have a copy for myself. I'm good.
Let's keep going.
All right. So for our task for this work, obviously, was put forth by the school committee. It's a former committee for the purposes of researching, imagining, and proposing a new mascot. We began. Our committee was made up of the majority of it was students. We had 3 parents, 3 staff members, and myself. Over the course of I want to just recognize some of them who are here. Mrs. McKinnon is in the room this evening. Ms. Simone, one of our students, Yasmin, is in the back. And Ms. Arcacha, who is our art teacher at the high school. Nathan was also on the committee until his election to the school committee, and then resigned at that time. And I have been a part of that committee as well, but as we went through the process of voting, I was not a part of that. So I just want to speak a little bit about the committee. Every person, when we launched our effort, we put it out to all of our high school staff, students, parents, and everyone who volunteered was a part of the committee. So I'm very appreciative to this group. There was no litmus test, for lack of a better word, about what your position was and whether or not the logo should have been changed. It was not a consideration. Our work, what I asked people to do in joining the committee, was to be committed to the work and to the task, and we did not speak about people's individual positions on it. It didn't matter. Our goal was, the way we approached our work was, how do we meet our task in the timeline we were provided. To help us in that work, we created some norms as a group, and I'll just share them with you. The first is that when we made decisions, our goal was to communicate those to the community. And as part of that effort, we created a site on our section of our school website where we communicated, and all those messages are. We wanted to make sure everyone on our committee had an open mind, and were able and willing to participate in difficult conversations. And we also wanted to acknowledge to ourselves and check ourselves throughout the process that there was the decision made by the school committee in the fall was not universally accepted by everyone in the community, and was something that we needed to just make sure we were cognizant of at all times as we went forward in our work. And I feel that our committee did an incredible job in that, of being mindful of our reality and of the reality in which we were doing our work in. I'm extremely grateful to everything they did for their time. We met about every 2 weeks over the course of the last 6 months, and they volunteered for a very tough role in our school, and they did a wonderful job. So to everyone who's here this evening and to the committee members who aren't here, I am very appreciative for their work. Well, as that proceeds.
That looks familiar.
Yeah. I'll keep going. Is that all right?
That's
Okay.
perfect.
So in the fall, not in the fall, in early March, we sent it, one of the first things our committee did was created a survey, which we call the Warrior Pride Survey, and we sent that out to the entire high school staff, parents, coaches, and students. And we were looking for elements of what is a warrior, ideas for images that could be on there. What do we want to, basically, what do we want to see, feel about our new design? And we received 200. Well, we just had one thing. When we shared that link was then shared in public forums on Facebook, I'm told, and other platforms. As a result, we added a question to that survey in real time, asking people to distinguish which demographic group they were a part of, just so that when the information came in, we could organize it. We received 234 responses from the community. We were very happy with that amount of responses. Two members of the committee looked to organize that data in different ways. It was all narrative form. And we then went through a process of coding that data. And so after February break, we coded it, and ultimately we developed what we call an empathy map, which is something that is used in design thinking. And really what we were looking to ask potential designers is to design with this information in mind. Right? What is the community looking for? What does our logo say about us? What do we want the definition of a warrior to be? What do we want? How do we want to feel about it? Is there anything that we'd like to know about the process? What we think about it? What sets us apart from other schools that have the warriors? Because there are a couple of schools in our league that do, and in nearby towns. And then suggestions for the type of images. In our communication to the community, we shared that we had 234 responses. Of those, 107 respondents indicated their preference for maintaining the original or the previous logo and its design. There were also responses to other questions that offered to where people suggested to maintain the previous logo. And while, so all that information went to the committee, as we developed the empathy map, those responses did not factor into the information that was developed there. Okay, I'm gonna keep moving here. The next thing the committee did was design criteria. And the design criteria was what we were looking for from a designer as far as materials that were coming back. So those included the file size. They included the color palette. So we provided what are called the Pantone colors for blue and the gold that align with our school colors. We asked for types of media to come in. So our preference was digital media so that we could work with it, but we would take any type of media that the artists came back with. We referred them to the empathy map, made some suggestions about typography and the types of fonts generally that we'd like to see, and then noted obviously that the imagery had to refrain from using any Native American imagery per the motion adopted by the committee in the fall, and our preference to avoid any copyrighted or AI-generated materials. And so ultimately what we got were 16 individual designs that came in. Those 16 designs came from 11 different designers, with 2 designers submitting 3 different designs as part of the process. We sent those 16 designs out to the entire community this time, mindful that we had learned a lot from our first survey. There was a lot of people that had input that they wanted to share, and so we shared it out to the entire district, all staff, all of our coaches, all of our parents. Anyone who gets an email from the Foxborough Public Schools got it, and then it was again posted elsewhere, right? All those responses came in, and in total, as it notes in the presentation, we received 873 responses. As part of that effort, Ms. Arcacha helped to put together a PDF, which I think was like 30 or 40 pages long. And what it provided was each image that a designer submitted. It provided any additional information they provided. So 1 or 2 of the designers gave a very specific, created like an infographic about their design that said talked about the choices that they made and what they were doing. And also, we provided mock-ups of clothing, what it would look like on a sweatshirt, what it could look like on a hat. And the committee's intention there was to help people who were providing feedback, the community, as they provided feedback, to know what that design could look like functionally. How intricate was it? How complicated was the design? How does it look on a uniform? How does it look on a hat? There were examples that had football helmets. There were examples that had soccer uniforms, that had, so all of that was there because we wanted people to kind of see what it looked like in different scenarios. As I said before, we received 893 responses to the form. Of that, 361 people provided written feedback at the end. We organized all of our feedback into, here we go. This
Just in
is
time.
so much better.
Just in time for how we organized.
Oh, my Lord, my blood pressure just decreased significantly. Okay. So this is, here's what the 16 designs that came in. And we had designs from all different media. We had one that was hand-painted, some that were hand-drawn, but the vast majority came in as very high-quality, high-resolution images. This is the demographics of the respondents to the first category. There's a column here for blank, because for about 5 minutes, that was not a required question. And so we got 3 responses that came back as blank. We had a pretty even representation across groups, respondent groups, and our current staff also included coaches. The information was sent, the form was sent to coaches for their ability to respond. So we obviously got a mountain of data. And so what we did was we organized it first in this manner. So this is the mean average, or the mean positivity rating, because the question we asked was how positive is your reaction to this design? And so what we have here are the 16 designs, and then the mean average by each of the subgroups that responded. And we did that for all 16 designs. And then what we did was we found the top 5, because the construction of the question initially was, what are your top 5 responses? And then we took created a mean for the top 5 responses for each subgroup. So when we looked at this chart, we looked at both the responses by each subgroup, as well as how they responded to the highest responses there. Because if you look at parent or guardian, the average response was 2, but of the mean for the top 5 designs was almost 3, or 2 3/4, right? So we wanted to get a sense of, when we looked at a number, how did that compare to really their top 5? So in the bar graph at the bottom is a representation, is from that question, the top 5. And what you can see is that there were 4 designs that had very positive responses, and then there was a next group, and 2 of those responses ended up being included as well. And then you can see for the designs, there's a couple that did not have a significant amount of favorable responses. I cannot highlight enough, when we started this process, I remember one of our first conversations with Ms. Arcacha and I, we were hoping for 3 or 4 designs to get ourselves going. When we met as a committee at that first time and said we have 16 designs to work with, it was an incredible starting point. It also gave people a lot of variety, a lot of choice. And so the first way we looked at it was this. So the categories in green are the top 5 responses for each category, going from each row from left to right, and then obviously the ones at the bottom were the top 6 designs overall. We then also organized that same data for each design. So here you can see a visual chart for the responses for 1s through 5s for each subgroup, as well as the big data chart, the image, and then we also looked at the open response feedback. While every member of the committee got the totality of feedback from organized by subgroup, we also got it organized by design, so that we could see. In this case, I believe it was design 4. Here's some of the feedback. And so what we did was we took, anytime someone mentioned that design, we put it in a spreadsheet, and ultimately that's what we provided to the designers to help with, to help refine the process. And so what we did as a committee was ultimately we decided to move forward with 6 designs for a second round. And if you look up at the screen, what you'll see is that many of the designs evolved dramatically. And that was directly because of the feedback that was provided to the designers. In particular, the committee asked the designers to remove weapons from the designs, and also to simplify text and refine the work. As we put those 6 designs out to the community, we again put out a large PDF PowerPoint presentation that people could work through. We also put a slide for each design and and compared it to all the other designs or logo designs or emblem designs of schools in the Hockomock League. So again, so people as they reviewed the data or reviewed the designs could make informed feedback or could provide informed feedback. Again, the logos on clothing. Now I'm moving so fast. So the second survey came back, and we had over 1,000 responses. In particular, we saw growth in our response rate from high school parents, from students significantly. We had almost 300 more students that replied. FPS parents, current staff, and then current parents and guardians from around the district. And slightly less, but still significant responses from the community and from alumni. In that 1,057 responses, we had, the original number was 1,071 responses. We removed 24 responses for people who did not leave a name or whose data came in twice. Importantly, as we look at the means on the total the averages of the next slide, there was not a statistical change at all. The same top designs were the same designs either way. So those 24 people did not skew the data one way or the other. We received approximately 370 responses from that. Of those, 90 respondents to the open response question at the end either gave an answer that put something in that didn't answer the question, or advocated for a return to the former logo. So that lowered the overall number of open response questions to 287 that the committee considered. So here is the mean. This is the chart that the committee looked at. And the 3 most popular designs were designs 1, 3, and 6, the second time around. And so the committee, as we reviewed this, then went to look at the open response data. Go to my next slide here. Oops. This is just a chart of the sample size, the population of each group. I will add here, there are significantly more students that replied. Part of that is because we stopped the school at one point to do some surveys at the end of the year, and this was one of those. I went too fast. As before, the data was organized by design in a nearly identical manner, charting out the responses of each group and comparing the number of 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s for each design so the committee could look at it. And then we also looked at, as I said, I was saying a moment ago, all the open response. And so we, as a committee, looked for themes. And this slide here shows those themes. So there continued to be strong support for some of the designs, especially as it relates to the designs that were about foxes, that focused on foxes, especially designs 4 and 6. There was repeatedly in both the first and second survey, there were concerns raised about female athletes being referred to as foxes, and that was prominent in both sets of data. Our current high school students did not embrace the idea of having a fox as a logo this time. And that is different than the first survey, where there were, in the first survey, there were a number of places where students had favorable responses, or more favorable responses to the foxes. That difference we largely attribute to the sample size. Our number of students dramatically increased. And as we looked at all the open response data that came in, the committee, over and over again, what we saw were comments about there being no historical connection to the animal of fox in the town of Foxborough, and that being a concern. For our warrior designs, and there were a few, repeatedly we saw feedback that suggested that our warrior should not be, obviously our logo should be a warrior, not a fox. but also some caution to have it not look like a Spartan or a Trojan that are associated with Michigan State and USC and all the schools in between. No offense. There you go. Yeah, that's right. So, and then from an overall design perspective, there was not a favorable response to any cursive fonts across groups, and that really we're looking for a more simplified design, and ironically less support for the use of the courage, honor, and integrity language. That actually came out of the empathy map, which is why many of the designers had included it, but ultimately the feedback was that we should remove that. And then there were a number of responses which suggested we should move to an F. And that feedback was new in the last, that was not present in the initial, the two public surveys that went out, the Warrior Pride and the first one. And so ultimately the committee made a decision to move forward with the Warrior designs and not with one of the Fox designs. And that was largely based, as I said before, on the concern about female athletes, which came up repeatedly, as well as there being really no connection between a Fox historically and the town of Foxborough and how it's named. So that led us to these two designs. So the committee contacted both of the designers. The design on the right is a current high school student, and the design on the left, as it turns out, is a current high school parent. And so Ms. Arcacha and I met with each of them. We shared the themes of the data. We shared some things that the committee had asked for them to look at. And then we met a couple of weeks later and came back with these two revisions. And the revisions are a little difficult to maybe recognize right away. The design on the left had a W for Warriors on it before. The font was slightly different. And the design on the right had a lot more, I have to apologize because I did not go to art school. So there was a lot more, I'm going to use the word stuff, but there looked like a shield behind it before. And so I'll go back a slide, that maybe not. Right there. So there's a lot more detail around the head of the Warrior logo. And so there was also a desire to have Foxborough be the top and not of the letters, and they have Warrior be on the bottom. And so that information went back to the committee, went from the committee to the designers, and we came back with those. Ultimately, the committee met last Monday. We reviewed all of the samples that had come in, and the committee voted, each person had the opportunity to vote which design they wanted to recommend moving forward. And this design was the one that is moving forward. There are still a couple of things that the committee would like this design to evolve slightly to reflect some additional feedback that came back. The designer asked, one of the things we had asked for was to see what the lettering would look like as it stands alone, and also what the lettering would look like if we put different team names or organization names under it. And so this was the mock-up that came back from the designer that the committee saw last week. And so, as I said, the committee voted to recommend this design to the school committee. The emblem and logo committee believes that further, as I said a moment ago, further designs that can be will need to be made. Further revisions or iterations of the design will need to be made. And we believe that we can have those done by the August 24 deadline, which was set in the original motion. This may include some further incorporations of the design that was made by a current high school student, for which there was very positive reaction within the student, or feedback within the student body and within the committee as a whole. So while this is what it looks like now, there will almost certainly be additional revisions to it, or iterations of it. Our committee, the Logo and Emblem Committee, believes that we have met the objectives that were set forth by the school committee in October, and that we've done so in a way that is as transparent as we can possibly be, and inclusive. And ultimately, as I said before, we had nearly 2,000 survey responses from people within the school and within the community over the last 3 months. and tens of thousands of pieces of data that members of the committee were able to review. And so on behalf of the committee, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I appreciate your patience with our tech issues here as I riffed for the first 12 slides.
Well, thank you so much for all the work and for all the work in the committee, and thank you everyone for being here through this meeting. So we appreciate it. Do we have any questions?
So first off, I'd like to thank the entire committee. I was on it for a part of it, so I know exactly how much work it took. I got multiple binders like that with
You have your binder.
pages and pages of information. So thank you to everyone for taking the time, being on the committee, combing through all the data, just doing your responsibility. My question is, it's slide 20. I don't know if you have their numbered. It's the fourth one that's labeled data analysis. It's with the data on the logo that was recommended. So 5 out of the 6 categories, number 1 had the most votes, and number 1, from my understanding, means that people view the logo minimally positive, and the other category was just tied with 3 stars. So I was just wondering.
Hold on.
It's after the demographics one.
Yep.
The one after, yeah,
Yep.
that one.
That one.
That one.
Yep.
The numbers are a little small, but 5 out of 6 categories, number 1 has the most votes. I don't know, whatever the word is to use, but so to me, it looks like that logo is not exactly receiving a very positive reaction from. I mean, if each group, the most people chose minimally positive, I wouldn't say that they're very positive with the logo in itself, right?
Yeah. So I want to respond by that question with 2 different ways. So in the presentation, we did not include all those slides for all of them. So it is, without that full context here, this is probably, well, if I switch back to this slide, this gives you, if you look at logo 1 and look across, back up and say, hold on, let me answer this question 2 different ways. So when we got to this point and we looked at the open response feedback, and I think here, Nathan was no longer on the committee at this point, right? He had stepped away. So we made the decision to move forward with, to not include any of the Fox designs, and as we looked at our final 2, right? So we were comparing between essentially 1 and 3 as we looked at the data. And then that information was informative here of a 3rd iteration of the design. And so the versions that the community was providing feedback on here, that data became a 3rd iteration, which is the slide later. And the committee, when we were getting this data, our goal was to figure out what was potentially viable. Ultimately, in the end, it was the committee's responsibility to make a recommendation. So we did not have a 3rd round of voting of some way. We were the surveys were not designed to be a vote. They were designed to assess favorability and viability of different designs, and to help refine the designs in an iterative process along the way. So the committee made a decision. Members of the committee voted to make a decision, which ultimately each person voted individually, and the design with a higher number of votes of members in the committee, that's the one that is here in the presentation. That's the one that we recommended. If you look at those scores there for logo 1, while it is true there are a lot of 1s, when you look at the raw data, when you compare the designs to each other, it was the 3rd most popular. It was the 3rd most positive design at this stage before an additional set of revisions. So I hope I answered your question. I fear I may not have completely, but
That's good.
Yeah,
Sorry, I have another one. So I know here you mentioned that the plan is to have some more revisions and have something else. So I'm just wondering if maybe right now is not exactly the best date to vote on a logo if we don't have what the final product is going to look like. So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts.
Yep, so I'm here tonight with the recommendation of the committee for a design concept. And we wanted to make sure that we were meeting the timeline that we set forth in January, and also that the committee had a choice to exercise your role as a committee. So we are close, right? There's a desire, if I can go to this page, to explore what the design here, may look like if the head faces forward or looks forward as opposed to looking straight out, right? There's also in this design, the eyes, or the kind of the helmet, where what forms the shape of the eyes is an F on each side. And so the committee would like to explore what it would look like if the left side of the helmet was gold as opposed to blue. So there's some orientation parts of the design that we want to look at. There's a little bit of the typography and the letters that we'd like to see standardized, which is like a very, very small detail, but conceptually it's not a massive different. But as a committee, that is your choice, how you go about doing that.
Follow up on that?
No, Frank.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, is that okay?
No, go ahead.
Follow up on that. For those design considerations and next iterations, do we still have the benefit of the committee and their input?
Yeah. So when we
who's going to help with that?
Yeah. So when we started our work, we expected that there would be some summer work. We have to coordinate exactly how that will happen and when.
Okay.
But that was a known reality going in. Some of our students who are on the committee have graduated or have moved on, right? So we can work with we'll work with who's available. But
okay, that's good. So meaning, yeah, there's still a broader base of diverse support within that. In terms of vetting those next iterations.
There will absolutely be people on the committee who will be there to help do that work.
Excellent.
For sure.
Excellent. I mean, I do recall that, at least conceptually, when we discussed this at the outset, that the benchmark for this part of the year was design concepts. And so... And that's exactly what you and the committee have delivered. So I agree that you fulfilled your mandate on that. Meaning, for me, I'm comfortable voting on this stage of that and then, awaiting next iterations. But that's just my own take.
I actually think we should approve it tonight. I think what we've seen from the committee and from the work that's been done because of the process and the transparency, that we should approve and be able to move forward at this point. It's time for us to make a decision. They've done the work that we've asked them to do.
Could you please?
They've done it in a way that has provided more than enough data to employ multiple data scientists. If you look at all the stuff that they did, I think that an approval by the committee this evening, which is the timeline that we had originally set out for ourselves, is important in order for everyone to move forward with the minor modifications that will naturally happen over time because of the work that's been done and the process that's been set up through the committee that was involved with this.
Thank you. Nate?
I respectfully disagree. I don't believe that tonight is the right time to vote on this. I actually think we need to take a step back. As the Foxborough School Committee, we do not have a policy in place for any logos. I think everything that we do, policy is one of our 3 buckets. I think we need to have a policy, and I think it's important that we take a step back, go to the policy subcommittee. I'm sure me and Brent can handle it. We can create a version of a document for logos. We have it for naming. We have it for plenty of other things. We just don't have one for logos. And so I'm not exactly seeing how the school committee can go about their business knowing that policy is one of their major buckets and not have a policy for a logo. Because I don't want this discussion to have to happen year after year after year, knowing that there's changes to board members, changes to this. And so I think that instead of having to have this discussion year after year. I think we should actually take a step back, table this. The committee did an excellent job with all their data and work. We have it. It's saved for us. We can go back, look at it whenever we decide that the time is right. I think it's important that we have a policy in place so that we can save ourselves time in the future from having to go back and do this.
I think that's a fair point.
We specifically decided not to approach this with the policy last fall when we had this discussion. I don't recall all of the reasons why, but there was a specific discussion around, do we need a policy or not need a policy for this? It is part of our mandate from DESE with guidance from MASC that this is within our purview. You do not need a policy to do that. Again, the work has been done. Nothing is going to change on the design, whether there's a policy or not. That is of major significance to the design. It is important that we recognize the work of the committee and the integrity with which they approach this and approve this so that we can move forward. This is not something that would typically be covered by policy.
Sure.
So there may have been discussions last fall. I just know that things have changed since last fall. The board is now different than last fall. So just because that was a discussion or an agreement last fall, we certainly should not just throw away that discussion. I think the school committee having a policy is just good practice in general for decisions that it makes, because it's important to follow policy and procedure.
I am 100% in support of process and policy and procedure. Again, what we've learned tonight is that these will be minor modifications to the design that was proposed, not major modifications. I trust, based on the policy, I don't trust that anything is being pulled out from underneath us and that we've been very specific. So in order for us to move forward, in order for to free people up from this conversation, I think it's important that we take a vote this evening.
Of course.
I'm not referring to just this logo in general. In the Foxborough school system, we have tons of logos, elementary school logos, plenty of different logos from clubs, different groups at the high school level. So I think it's important that overall we have a policy for all logos, not necessarily this logo or that logo, just all logos in general.
So what that would propose then is that we would have to go back and revisit the elementary school mascots and logos, all of their branding, through a policy, all of which work can be done after we approve this, if that's what the committee going forward chooses to do. One does not exclude the other. If this committee feels like it is important for us to go and revisit branding for each of our elementary schools, potential branding for our middle school, to take countless volunteer time to do that process in order to create a policy, we can certainly do that. That will not happen in a reasonable amount of time for us to move forward with the decision that we asked Mr. Donovan and the volunteer committee to make in order to prepare us to move forward moving into the 2024-2025 school year.
So you mentioned how we're going to have to revisit. So why would we create more work for ourselves by voting on this logo today and then having to revisit it after we would have a policy in place? There's no rush with this data. The logo is not going to be put up anywhere.
And there's no guarantee that there will be a need to revisit either. That depends on where we go, where people might feel what is best for the community, what the students might feel what is best for them, and what best represents them going forward. Policy can happen separate from the approval of this logo. Just like the approval of the branding that happened at the elementary schools happened without any approval for anyone. And it's good because it fit within what we asked when we said we are no longer going to support Native American or indigenous peoples imagery in our branding. So they can be two separate tracks. Approval of the work that has been done is important, again, to recognize the work that the committee has taken on and in order to satisfy the request that we put before Mr. Donovan and the committee. The policy, if the policy subcommittee chooses to take that on, can happen separately and does not preclude or exclude any work that's been done on this existing logo.
I don't think anyone, or at least myself, I'm not discrediting the work by the committee. I was on it for a time. I know the countless hours and work and the dedication that everyone on the committee's put in. And we have the data in front of us here. We're always going to have it. It's going to be saved. I just don't see the rush of necessarily today at the June 11th meeting having to vote on this recommendation.
Can we hear from any of the other committee members? Do you have any thoughts on this? Into the microphone.
So the idea of putting a policy forward is interesting, but again, then it becomes, how far does the policy go? Does it go down to the elementary school levels? So that becomes a whole thing. I do see Rob's point. They are independent. They don't necessarily go together in that sense. But now, was it decided, though, that the state decided we did not require a policy? Is that what? Why is it?
There is no specific policy template in either the MASC template guidebook or that comes down from DESE. They have determined that it does fall within the domain of a school committee to determine, to authorize branding. But there is no specific policy that we would use as a template, either from DESE or MASC.
We would create our own if
Right.
we did.
Yeah.
So we
It goes beyond within our
Correct.
purview or domain. It's our mandate to actually sign off on that stuff. That's the recommendation from MASC
So
and
if we're
whatnot.
going to put forward a policy about logos, what are you envisioning being part of that policy?
Well, I think it's what the committee wants, but I think we can start basing it off. We have a policy for naming things, so I think we can first look at that policy and then kind of work off of that, but I think it's really whatever the committee wants on the policy.
What are your thoughts about that, Brent, as you are part of policy subcommittee?
I'm all for writing good policy.
I was going to say.
As a geeky endeavor. And as Nathan and I shared that during the meeting with reorg, I mean, I think there's a place for having that stuff together and buttoned up. The ones that, sorry, I'm not talking into the mic. The ones that I've seen or exist from other places and states and whatnot, and municipalities in Mass, they're pretty simple, and it, like most good policy, it's pretty short and sweet, and just says that you've got to go through a school committee if you want to brand yourself and put that stuff forward. That's the kind of thing that appears. It doesn't mean, I'm not advocating right now, I'm just saying this is what I've read. So anyway, given that we're already in the committee is at our direction, been functioning in that vein. I mean, if it's possible, and I believe it is, I agree with that having a policy is wise. I also agree that it is a separate endeavor. So I'd like to work on the policy for that, but at least for my part, I'm comfortable voting on this as it is within the what we basically asked the committee to do, which was come up with concept designs at this point and then finalize it later by August, again, subject to our approval. And so in order to keep that going on track, I'm comfortable voting on that tonight. I still hear Mr. Ehrman's point, and it's a good one, but it doesn't, to my mind, it doesn't stop us from voting on this right now.
I would actually caution us that we don't want to be in the business of, as a school committee, of approving whether it's the Borough Bulldogs and they choose a brown bulldog or a blue bulldog or a yellow bulldog. That we do not, as a school committee, want to be in that business.
That might be why a policy would be wise.
No,
The
but
policy
we are
that-
in the business of we are mandated to approve or prohibit certain things.
We are mandated to, and which is what we've done, which is by saying we will no longer support Native or Indigenous imagery.
Right.
We've done that, but the approval process is not business that and again, that's a separate conversation. So we can certainly go down the policy conversation, but I would
That's fair.
really,
We can have
I
that
would really
debate.
say
We
that
can have that
we
debate later.
do not want to spend our time in a business meeting for the school committee and the amount of money that we have responsibility for to this town discussing, sorry, Mr. Worth,
design.
what color the bulldog is supposed to be for the elementary school, for one of the 3 elementary schools. So I would argue vehemently for the rest of the time that I'm on this committee that that is not a good use of our time.
And that time will come, but it's not tonight.
Correct. So, again, if we choose to put in place some type of policy that gives basic guidelines, that's terrific. It does not stop us, nor does it create a lot of rework on behalf of anyone if we go ahead and approve the logo as presented this evening.
Yeah. Do you have?
I think it's tough when I see both sides. I think that you both have valid points. I think a policy guideline could avoid us having to get involved in, decisions about things and design concepts if we had it. I think it would protect us going forward. But, I also don't see a big problem with all the work and the data that's been put forward from the logo committee. I don't see a big problem with what we have now. So
I see both points as well. I do, and I'm never against policies because I think they're good to do, but is there anything that we think we would put forth in the policy that would not allow the logo? That's the question. And if we're putting and I can't imagine a policy that would want to undo any of the logos, including the elementary school logos. Like, I'm not looking forward, I would not want to put forth a policy that suddenly would create issues downstream for any of the logos, existing logos.
I agree.
And I don't think creating a policy would. I think creating a policy, we could go down, we could approve the logos that we currently use or not approve them if that's what the committee wants. And then going forward, when there are new logo designs or requests, we could have a way in the policy of how you would submit that to the school committee, and going forward, they would have to all get approved by the school committee. So I wouldn't see a policy that would take away all the elementary school logos. I do not want to do that. I think they're all fantastic. However, I think it's still important to have a policy in place, as it's good practice in government to have policies and procedures that you follow.
Okay?
I agree with that.
No. Sorry, Nathan, your point is excellent, as I've said, and I agree with you on that. I still also think that, at least for my part, speaking only for me, I'm comfortable giving a straight up or down vote on approving or not the stage that this logo emblem committee has gotten to at this point.
So, Brent, the question that you're begging then is, do you then expect the committee to come back one more time for additional approval? What I'm proposing is that we approve this design where it is, trust the committee to make the tweaks that they plan to make, and that then moves forward. I don't personally feel a need, again, based on the evidence that we have about the process that was followed and the care and the integrity and the empathy that they used to try to collect data and solicit opinions from all interested parties. I don't feel like we need to do anything more than say, thank you, job well done, finish it, and we are forever grateful for taking this task on when you didn't want to do it, or might not have wanted to do it. I should be careful in how I say that.
So,
Madam Chair?
yes.
Point of information on what Mr. Canfield said, and this is going back into the archives. That was the ask. Mr. Canfield just reiterated or summarized Mr. Donovan's and therefore the committee's. Doctor, my bad.
Sorry.
The good doctors.
I had to, we had to.
Ask. No, that was the ask. Is that correct, Dr.
Yes.
Donovan?
So,
Yeah. In fact, you were emphatic about asking that, and I'm sorry for skipping over that. And thank you, Mr. Canfield, for pointing that out. Sarah.
I have a diplomatic suggestion, because I think you're both right, and it's hard when you have two really good, valid points. But is there any way that if we put a motion forth tonight for the emblem and the work that the committee's done, okay, that we still can't task the subcommittee with going and doing a policy, because we'll be in the same place for the high school that we would be with any of the other Foxborough Public Schools.
Well, those are two different, I agree with that, Sarah. Sorry, I'm answering, I thought
No,
you were
no,
asking. I thought you were
I'm
asking a question.
I am. I'm
Yeah, no,
asking
I
the
mean,
committee.
My answer to that
I- you know,
question is, yeah, no, there's no obstacle to that. In fact, that was part of my point in agreeing with the point that Mr. Ehrman brought up and the point that Mr. Canfield brought up.
So Michelle, do you have anything else you'd like to say?
No, I do remember back in the meeting when we would decide at this point whether or not the logo would go, we would decide whether the logo would go forward or if we would vote again. The design needs to be completed by August 2024, right?
That was the benchmark.
That was the
Correct.
benchmark.
Yeah, that was in the motion.
That was, you're saying stylistic changes are going to be made, right? And the ones you mentioned, are those specific changes or will there be others?
Those were that was the conversation we had at our last meeting, so.
So there could be others? I mean, I understand when I say that
So-
it's nothing drastic. It will still
Yeah.
come out looking like this.
As I said earlier, it will come out looking, I think, very much like this. The one, I would say if there was a more substantial change, it would be, could we orient the helmet sideways, right, looking forward, similar to like what the Patriots logo looks like, with the head facing forward, right? So that would be, from an orientation perspective,
So
that is something that the committee asked the designer to look at. And then the other change is, if you see the F in Foxborough, there's a space there. And if you look at all the different variations of it, that space changes because the blue band at the bottom doesn't go all the way across. So we'd like the designer to make that blue border.
So Dr. Donovan, we're not art critics, and I know that that's not the work that we're trying to get into. Whether this was my favorite logo or not, I don't, like, it's great, right? I'm amazed at when people are able to take data and turn it into something. It's a gift I don't possess, right? The real question when we say, are we not going to prove it or not, to me is there a possibility, and I know this is not true, which is why I'm saying this in such a facetious tone, is there a possibility that we're going to sneak in some Native American or Indigenous people imagery? Because the rest of it, just because this may not be my favorite, or if you want to tilt it slightly to the right or slightly to the left, if that's what the committee and the school community wants, then do it, right? That if you feel like that is the image that represents you, then that is the image that represents you. Wear it proudly and do it. That's all we should really care about as a school committee. Not would rather I see the yellow on the left and blue on the right, because the committee has done that work and solicited that feedback. So I just want to caution us not to get into the minutia of what the design it is. Is there a possibility, and I know what the answer to this is there a possibility that if you continue to work on this, you're going to veer into territory that puts us at risk to go against the motion that we put forward last fall? And I know the answer to that is no. Other than that, again, we need to move forward. We need to let this committee move forward. We need to make a decision tonight.
Is the helmet not now facing forward?
No, it is facing forward. Yeah, no, so, well, okay.
I'm
so
sorry, am I
I'm not-
seeing it wrong? You're saying
no,
it, and I'm
no.
just confused that I'm not seeing it.
Profile.
So it's the
Profile.
profile, it's the side view, like
Oh, okay.
like the Patriots
Okay.
helmet.
Another question, if there's an F being used, is it that F being used, or is it the F that you showed with the other communities, with the shield on it?
No, it's this.
It would be this?
Those three slides were of a different design. That was in the second round. I just
Okay.
tried to use different examples.
No, it looked nice with the shield. That's why I
It looked very nice.
Michelle likes the shield.
Sorry.
So with
Okay.
that, I would like to motion that we accept the recommendation of the Emblem Logo Committee for a new design concept, for the design concept presented this evening as the choice of the committee, of the logo committee or the emblem committee to serve as the Foxborough High School emblem and logo.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Are we voting this in for the Foxborough High School emblem logo, or are we voting this in district-wide?
This has only ever been the Foxborough High School logo, which is why each of the elementary schools has theirs. This has always been the Foxborough High School logo, and it is only the Foxborough High School logo.
So you're suggesting we vote in the Foxborough High School logo, but none of the other ones?
That was the,
That's
what I'm
not the motion
suggesting.
on the table.
That's right. The motion on the table is to complete the work that we asked Dr. Donovan and the committee to complete in October. That's what it has always been. That was the decision that was made in October, and that is the motion I am putting forward, that we accept the recommendation of this committee and move forward with the logo that they presented this evening as their
All right.
recommendation.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table. Any other questions or discussion?
No.
Okay.
I second the motion.
Okay. All in favor of approving the design tonight for the Foxborough High School emblem and the work that the logo committee has done? Raise your hand. Okay. All opposed? The motion passes 3-2. Thank you so much for all your work.
And really,
Thank you.
if I may, just the committee, I just really want to thank all of them for their work.
Yes.
They did an
Absolutely.
incredible job.
Absolutely. Thank you
100%.
very, very much.
Thank you so much.
To your committee.
All right. Now, some housekeeping. On to the school committee retreat and the 2024 to 25 meeting dates. So, we typically do our retreat in July. Does anyone have any dates to rule out? Or Dr. Burtis, do you have any guidelines or suggestions on the retreat?
We've typically been the third week of July.
Okay.
And then it's really been looking around vacation schedules or when people are out of town and trying to find that date.
Okay,
That my calendar.
sure. Sure, so that'd be somewhere around July 15th in that week.
Actually, it's the fourth week of July, not
Oh,
the third
sorry.
week of July
Fourth?
that we've
I-
looked at in the past.
I won't be around at all that week.
I am away the 17th through the 28th of July.
All right,
So 17 is off the table, right, starting there? Okay.
yes, starting 17th to 28th. Any other availability? Any other suggestions? If we did, I remember one year we did do it a little early because I remember we did on my birthday. So,
Monday, the 15th, on July 16th, that's when the Executive Institute for MASS begins, and so Dr. Burrows and I will be at Mashpee High School at that time, starting on the 16th.
and we typically start around 5 o'clock that day, correct?
Yes.
So that leaves, sorry, I'm off mic. So that leaves Monday, the 15th, or that last week of July.
Yes.
Okay.
Is Monday the 15th okay with everybody? It's okay with me.
It works for me.
Michelle?
The 15th, yeah, that works.
15th. Rob is a
Look
yes?
at my calendar, sorry.
Right, no, that's okay. Everybody all of a sudden pulled out their phones
Yeah,
because
that
nobody
works.
uses
That's why I'm
calendars
looking. I'm-
anymore.
I'm actively trying to decide how profoundly to disappoint my children. Okay. Yeah. Before I say yes to the 15th, can I ask, are there problems with the 29th or 30th, or is that simply too late for admin's comfort or the committees?
Remind me, I ask this every year. I know we have to have your evaluation completed by when?
So where you voted in the fall to move me to a 2-year,
Right.
so it's the formative. So as
you.
long as the ratings are the same, then there's not anything that you need to do differently.
Okay.
Okay. I'm fine doing the 29th.
If committee and admin are that would,
Is that okay with you? 29th, Rob? Michelle? Okay.
I'm grateful. Thank you.
July, tell your kids, we said you're welcome.
I will. I will. I want them to feel grateful.
No, I'm just kidding.
Is that okay with that?
Yeah, no, that works. So
All right, thank you.
Monday, July 29th for our school committee retreat. And after we had these, honestly, the snafu with Tuesdays, the last couple of years, it's been tricky because the select board's here. So we had a snafu with the schedules back, I think it was in March, and we had to double up meetings because there's no availability on the off weeks. So we did look at Thursdays to kind of remove that just in case anything happens. So that's something on the table, as well as an earlier start, which we've been here since 5:30, so that might look good too, across the board. So if that's just food for thought, we can definitely figure that out at the, we develop our calendar and finalize it during the retreat, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay, perfect.
So we're postponing the action on the calendar until the retreat.
The action on the calendar until the retreat. Yeah, I believe we were just sharing the dates. We had done some preliminary work on it. We don't need to vote on that tonight, correct?
You can wait. I mean, even in August is when you're voting your school committee calendar for the
Yeah.
next school year.
Okay.
Yeah, I
It
think-
just has action requested on the agenda, so I
Because
just
we
wanted to
also
come back.
have to set the retreat, which we did.
Okay.
Okay.
We don't need a formal motion for the retreat. correct?
No, we don't need that. The only glitch here is from the room, for the gala room, and for, a lot of people are vying for spots here with Foxboro Cable Access. So if we're moving from a Tuesday to a Thursday, that really is an action that we need to know. The timing may not be
I mean,
as
I'll
critical.
throw it out there right now. Thursdays moving into the fall will not work for me. I know I have planned events almost at least every other Thursday and then every Thursday once we get into October. So Thursdays do not work for me personally.
Unfortunately, Tuesdays no longer work for me. Sorry. We could maybe look at the calendar a little bit more in depth and maybe see if we can move things around and wiggle some things, but
We could probably do that. Sure. Then, given that, I'm very comfortable, let's maybe table this and to see the best we can do at that time, knowing that we might have fewer options.
okay. All right, any other thoughts?
I had a question for admin and chair. If there are ideas of topics and things we might want to consider having on that retreat agenda, that's something we can email at you and?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
100%, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
yeah.
I just want to make sure that we clarify what we're doing as far as looking at availability here of the gala room. Are we looking at other dates? I mean, at other days during the week then? Because we know Wednesdays doesn't work. We know the Board of Selectmen are the alternate Tuesdays of us anyway, so looking
Okay.
at Tuesdays even. And then is it that we're to be looking for
Should we
something
look at a
else?
Monday? Do Mondays work for anyone?
No, we
That was the
Monday's not
original day
available?
when I first was on the
moved off
committee.
Monday because of,
What?
right, it's not available.
Okay, all right. I don't know that we have a definitive answer then, because Tuesdays just don't work for me going forward. I'm sorry. So we can,
I think your
maybe-
problem, though, is you can't leave it, well, if you leave it, you're going to be Tuesdays, because somebody else is going to take Thursdays.
yeah.
So that's the point that they're trying to make to you.
Okay, I guess we have to we have to just discuss it now. I do understand if you have things in the fall, but I can't commit to Tuesdays. It's been very hard. So, anyone else have any input or thoughts or feelings?
Honestly, I don't have, I mean, some days are harder than others, and usually when I'm here, I'm missing something.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, and that's what's going on. And sometimes if I'm not here, then it's because it's one of the ones I can't miss. If the least imperfect option is having some of us having to miss some Thursdays, then we might have to. And going back to what Bill and Jamie said, that Wednesdays are not an option because of something.
Yeah.
Fine. And you don't want to do Sundays.
The Wednesday, Jamie,
Joking.
Wednesday issue was we would have to finish by 7, correct? So if it were on a
I
Wednesday, you
support
have to
that.
finish by 7.
Sorry, is that too
I'm
loud?
up to that challenge. Is
It's
everybody
45.
okay with the 5:30 start across the board?
Yeah, I think.
Everyone's okay with the earlier start?
I'll make it work.
Yeah, and I think I can
Yeah.
make it work too.
Okay. So, is it consistent that we'd have to be done by 7 on Wednesdays?
6:45, because
6:45.
another board begins at 7.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
I don't think that's gonna work.
I think that's scary.
Yeah.
That's an hour and
Yeah.
15 minutes, and we can't.
Yeah.
Me alone, with my comments on everybody, that takes up at least half an hour. So
Right, it wouldn't be, yeah, right, we should be asking more questions than that. Fair.
Right.
That is fair, okay.
And
Okay.
is it possible to go back to the high school, to the media room at the high school?
I don't think I'd want to go back to a media
The
room.
equipment's not there. in
Yeah,
order.
we have.
I mean,
Oh, sure.
for me personally, Tuesdays are harder than Thursdays, just with how my schedule's been and how I presume it will be going forward. So I mean, that's just my 5 cents.
Okay. So Thursdays are a little bit better for Nate and myself. Brent, what did this mean?
It just means
Either way.
I'll have to dance with it.
Okay.
I'll have to miss some and miss some other things, and that can work. And
Michelle?
we also,
I
we
think-
necked the McGinty, right? Did we?
For me, it's
Say
either
no
or,
more.
you know, it's the same.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I like that.
Thursdays would be extremely challenging for me. I know it's a committee vote, but they would be extremely challenging.
And Thursdays I know Thursdays are a challenge for me. So I understand that Tuesdays are a challenge, and I don't know
It's
how.
more than, it's
Yeah.
more than a challenge.
Yeah, it's an impossibility for you.
Yeah,
So,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Hey, this is what we do.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I was hoping that Wednesday would be a great option, but no, definitely not. All right. So I guess it's I don't know what to say. Yeah.
So we're left with imperfect
I-
Thursdays, and Mondays were a no-go, correct?
Mondays are a no-go, correct? I don't know. I didn't look into it.
Did we check Mondays?
I was just thinking back on.
I don't believe we checked Mondays because that was a,
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday now, I'm thinking.
we used to have our school committee meetings on Monday nights.
I remember that, yeah.
What is the perfect way to start a week, really?
All right, no, it's okay.
Then how
Okay.
about, Sarah, what about we hold Thursdays and then also pin some hold on? Are there any people here who have like similar comments about Mondays or just are going to be an impossibility?
No, they'd be fine. Mondays
Then
would
perhaps
work.
can we look at that? And then we can put
And if
we can
not-
put a hold on Thursdays and make it look weird
Put a
and
hold
then
on Thursdays?
and then research the Mondays, and if Mondays are a possibility, we'll probably jump at it.
Okay. Is that what committee wants to do? Because she's.
No, that's just what I said.
Katie
I don't have any power.
Needs a definitive answer. She needed it last week, and I said we had to go to a committee first.
Okay,
Well, then tell her we want Mondays and Thursdays, all of it.
yeah, we'll take both. Brent will just show up here every Monday and Thursday.
We're going to do a pickup meeting.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Who needed an answer? Who needed an answer?
Katie, she's the executive assistant that does
Oh,
the
oh,
schedule.
Brings the calendar.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Well,
So they
we can
needed-
check on Mondays, but in the meantime,
On Monday, so that would be number one.
yep, and then
I
if
think
not, we'll
at
have to go
this
with
point,
Imperfect Thursday.
Yeah, Monday would be number one,
And number two would be Thursdays.
if
Monday.
we can.
Yep, try for a quorum Thursday.
Okay.
All
I'll
right.
send an email to you all tomorrow, once I hear from Katie.
Thanks for
We-
looking, I appreciate you.
Because you know that these Tuesdays are an option too, I know we like to have a consistent night for a meeting, but if
Oh,
we could do any kind of hybrid, would that be okay too?
I'm fine with that, but I
All
also
right.
don't
I
want to
just, I don't know, we don't have the schedule in front of us.
Schedules.
I,
Hybrid from a day of the week, or hybrid from a, when you say
day of
hybrid?
the week. Like if we had to sprinkle in a Tuesday, since they're already secured with our name on it.
We could. I think that it's,
We've
From
done
a-
it before with Wednesdays.
right,
you
but
know,
from
here
a,
and there.
from a regular public meeting
Sure.
standpoint, it certainly is the guidance
Sure.
of the Attorney General's office to keep them
Yeah,
on the same day at the regular
Uniform.
scheduled time.
all right.
So if we get in that hybrid mode, then it potentially opens up people telling us that we haven't been.
So we'll check with the availability on Monday,
Noted. Okay.
And we're checking for 5:30.
5:30.
Sure, yeah,
5:30?
yeah.
That's okay? Okay,
So,
all right.
well, I jinxed myself by saying the retreat was easy to schedule. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, so we have to get some information on that, and we'll circulate it as soon as possible. So moving on, Day on the Hill, unfortunately, Mr. Canfield, I heard you were not able to
I was not
attend.
able to attend, so this is a very quick update.
yes.
I didn't know, I couldn't go.
Super quick update. Any additional community updates from anyone? Mr. Yukna?
No, just Thursdays are available. Monday's not available.
Okay,
Oh, you just got that answer that quick?
okay.
Gotta have clout.
All right. Dr. Burrows. Anything? Nope. Any updates? Dr. Burrows?
The only thing, I don't know if I mentioned before, just the thanks to our building leaders before. And I want to make sure that if I didn't say them, I meant to, because our schools run because of their leadership and all that they've done. So I thank you to them as they finish out the school year.
Awesome. Brent?
Nothing new, thank you.
Michelle?
More like housekeeping. I don't know if it's not a community update, but I don't believe we have a picture on the website of the
Oh, good point.
committee. I mean, I don't know if this is exactly the time to talk about that, but just an update because we were doing some housekeeping before this.
Yeah, we do have a meeting scheduled in 2 weeks, so hopefully we can. Make it to that meeting. Oh, you're not? Okay. Well,
We'll do it at the retreat.
we'll see if we can, yeah, that's a great idea.
Lovely
We can do it
time.
at the retreat. We just
In the woods.
scheduled it, and we'll do a nice team photo at the retreat. Great.
We have an update on the timing. We may have to keep it on Tuesdays. Katie just said, I knew the calendar was booking quickly, that basically we'd have to finish by what time?
6:45.
6:45
Oh.
on Thursdays. So we may have to keep it on Tuesdays.
Let's go to public safety.
You can't, you don't have the equipment.
You don't have the cameras.
Stand on, so. Okay.
Okay. So,
We're going to have to get creative.
what?
Yeah, we have to get creative.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I mean, keep whatever we have on the calendar, but we might have to talk about it in more detail in terms of the implications of switching dates
Yeah.
and stuff at our next meeting, so.
Paul can't hear you, Brent.
Yeah.
He's signaling, you can't, you're whispering and you're not.
He can't hear you.
To the mic.
Oh, yeah, sorry. What I was saying is, I mean, we have imperfect attendance for the dates we have currently booked. And we have some dates and times booked. We might have to just go with it for now and then seek creative solutions in terms of can we move days of the week and look into consistency issues per Mr. Canfield's question, and then we can revisit it. If things can change, we can chat about it perhaps next week, because this doesn't seem like it's solvable in the moment.
I think the best answer tonight is keep the Tuesday slot while we figure out what the course of action is. Because we don't appear to have any other options right now, unless I don't know if Sunday night's an it's not. So it's, but right now it seems the only course of action that we can take until we have time to put our heads around it, right, is to keep Tuesday, and then we'll put this on the agenda for the next meeting as well. I don't know if there's any other logical way to go right now, just to keep the slot. We don't want to give the slot up.
No.
So we should hold on to it.
Thank you.
So, okay, 2 of the 3 committee are going to have a challenge. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Okay, so for right now, we'll keep it, and we will put it on the agenda for next month to finalize it, or in 2 weeks to finalize it. Okay, any further comment?
No, thank you.
Hearing none, motion to adjourn.
I'll move to adjourn.
Thank you, Brent.
A second.
Thank you. All in favor? 500.
Abstain.
We are adjourned. Thank you.